Sup, duders. Oh. I have low energy. I'm not at 100%. So I'm gonna be sitting all day today. We're gonna get through. So thanks for bearing with me. But we got a couple of fun. Sure, I can talk. We have a couple fun things today. I'm pretty sure. You might enjoy. Hopefully. My mind is very, very foggy. So I'm gonna forget everything I need to know, which is unfortunate. But we have two main things today. We have resolution to something that happened yesterday, and something that's been in the works for a while.
On your island where nothing can be done, is it the same for everybody?
All right.
Well, it depends on if you can set them. So I had them on day 1 and day 2.
Where is everybody?
Okay.
Where is everybody? Hello.
Hello.
Who's this guy?
NPC.
Yo, man, are you ready for tonight's episode?
Whoa!
Yeah!
You look like your pumpkin spice, dude.
Dude, I haven't had my latte yet,
Tis
though.
the season. Oh, what the?
Oh, where is it?
Badass.
Dagger had his head. Yeah, the daggers.
Low lobby today. Okay.
You got more for remembering fingers in his ass. Because
Perfect.
today I said something about
I had
like
more from remembering that?
yeah.
What did I do?
Said
I didn't do shit.
why did I sit with a finger up my ass and he goes fingers in his ass.
What?
He said, "Say
The
that."
fuck?
God.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. That was me.
Fingers
Stop
in his
blaming
ass.
everything on me, bro.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is
Free games?
I think you know exactly what that is,
Look at
Kevin.
this pumpkin spice motherfucker.
Dude, I
Where's
feel
my latte, bitch?
amazing. Well, we got a morning thing, and I'm actually checking out, you know, how many people we got, because that dictates who goes.
Don't worry, we all missed our chiffon.
Hell yeah. I don't like that.
What?
Oh boy.
If I don't participate,
It's
I
not-
want to watch. I have popcorn.
What?
I-
What do you
I
mean?
know what the I know what the thing is, but that's only because they asked me something about like,
I'm laying on my
hey, are they there? I'm like, yes, but
I was like,
no.
part of me's like, I told my mom about that. Other half of me.
Let me take a tally here, and
she get
real
herself?
quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Give him a hug on Monday.
I think we have 19. 19, yeah. One moment, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, where were we? Planning. Am I in Discord? I don't think so. Am I? Where am I? Who am I? Yes, I am in Discord. Okay. I think I need to put that through my headset. Okay. Give me a second. I almost did the wrong thing. Voice. Microphone, valve, speakers, line index, boom. Okay. Cool. I think I should be able to hear everything now. Alright. Aha. Aha. Are we set? I think so. You guys can hear me? I think so. I can't tell. I'm gonna check the... Yeah, I think you can. Alright, cool. Guys, I am not doing well. I'm not feeling well. I'm sick. I could barely think. My mind is just a foggy mess. We're gonna do the best we can. Okay. I blame the COVID. The reemergences. Okay.
Yeah, it translates.
Fuck those people.
How?
I know. I love you, man.
So I'm a bit confused on why you're needed there. That's all I know.
Silent!
Hello.
I was taking a scope of lobby. We got a pretty small one. Should we take them all?
It's fine though.
Maybe? I know there's a few in Aether right now.
But yeah, I know they're gonna be an hour or two late, which would put them right.
This is the only day.
We could take everybody.
Cause we're gonna be taking most everybody, and there's only gonna be like 4 people, 5 people left. So I'd feel really bad at that point. Well, let's talk to Silent maybe.
Yeah, I think we probably...
Silent!
Yeah.
You hear about her dog? You got run over by a reindeer. What the fuck, dude? Hi.
Fucking Los
Hello.
Angeles, Silent. We don't have reindeer. We have peacocks.
Nice model you got there.
Thanks, and
Yeah,
I feel
surprisingly.
We're gonna steal you, Silent.
We do
Silent.
have fucking... Yeah, we do have roadrunners, though.
Yeah, you do.
Sup, bruh?
Looks like we got the low numbers.
How do we not have... Yeah.
So
Wait, how many people are here? Yeah.
so we're thinking probably everybody.
Oh, I didn't mute audio. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be fun. Wait a second. I'm sorry. Good. Sorry. Hi. I'm patient. I'm patient.
Since the lobby's pretty small at the moment, we're thinking of just taking everybody
Yep.
to
Yeah, it'll be good.
Concordia.
And we're all set up there, so we already have the lobby set.
I think I have the female version of that, right?
For folks wanting to join while we're at Concordia, we could probably just say that they are in
Random
whatever
cities.
caravan that we arrived in. They can like come
Yeah.
into the city.
Exactly. Yeah,
They want.
maybe they were just staying back and chilling. Now they're coming in. Love it. Roll.
Okay. So we're gonna be at Concordia probably like an hour, and then we'll be back here.
Yeah.
And then we can do our thing with the Misty thing, and then we can do whatever other stuff we got to do.
Shenanigans.
Yes.
Love it.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, I've heard there
Shenanigans.
people may try stuff today because this is their last kind of free day to attempt stuff. So just for your guys' warning in case they do, we'll react accordingly as best we can.
Hopefully then I don't try and do too much crazy ass shit. Cause
On a Monday?
we gotta end some sort. Girl, we gotta end some plot lines too.
Yeah.
Girl, we don't need to be making plot lines. We need to be closing them up.
Amen. Amen. All right. What time is it? Are we?
Let us summon.
Let's do it.
Everybody.
Shit, I am late. I didn't realize
Yeah,
how
it's
fucking late
it's
I was.
time.
Good luck moving then. Okay.
Not really. I mean,
Bell, big bell, big bell, big bell. It's called. Yeah, baby. There's a big bell at the main thing anymore. You guys don't have to go to the.
Yeah, I always forget.
habit and like
That
years of
habit
habit. Yeah.
Going to actually physically grab it.
It's almost part of the experience now, right?
My legs aren't working. Why are my legs not working?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, you gotta calibrate it. Like, wow, what are you doing?
All right. Hello, everybody. So, lucky all of you. Today we're going to be handling a case of AWOL guards. We're going to be taking all of you. So.
Oh, it's turning to a field trip, okay.
All right, it's turned to a field trip. All right, here we go. We're gonna give you your prep now, okay? What you would have been told if you were not privy to it, and the reason why we're taking all of you, we got a small lobby, so it's perfect. It'll be great. It'll be fun. Is the professors would have told you we have a couple guards that were scared of being punished, and we're just trying to bring them back safely. Okay, that's your premise. We're trying to handle this in-house before it becomes a bigger deal, because if it becomes a bigger deal, those guards could actually be in some serious trouble. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find these two AWOL guards. So that's our field trip mission for today, and we're going to Concordia. That'll be the beginning portion. We will be there for probably 45 minutes to an hour, and then when we get back, we'll have morning announcements, and then Misty and I have my teacher over there, and we have a writer. Yes, we do. So we are set for mid-afternoon for our shenanigans, so prepare yourself mentally and physically. Okay, that's it from me. If you guys have anything else to add, we're pretty much going straight to Concordia. So
Are we just starting?
Yeah.
In Concordia? Do you want to just drop the lobby?
Yeah, I'd say let's go if we're taking everybody. Yeah, if we're going to take everybody, we're just going to go straight to the lobby. Any new stragglers that join, they're going to be part of the caravan. They can join in Concordia and intermix there. Okay?
You're in charge, G.M.A. Good job, Baron. You're in charge.
I did, in fact, give everyone who would not.
Then
Unless,
we're
are
gonna
you
have to have
DMing?
that conversation before we go. Why?
What are we doing? Karina?
I was gonna approach him in character in the morning about Misty's birthday gift, but we now can't. I can't give this, so we're gonna say we did it, right? Oh, I guess I can do it. I don't know how mission
Fucking talk to me.
Okay, I'll try. Okay.
If you get the time, you get the time.
Yeah, we can
If
drop
you
the
don't-
portal and then you can
Okay.
get everyone started going in.
All right, we already have a lobby. Ooh. We have a lobby up. You can request off of conf. You can request off of conf.
Are you DMing or are you there as emo or Baron?
I'll be Barian. I can DM.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I have a model prepared for the afternoon. I think you saw it was the blue apron and the blue gloves for today. How long do I need to quickly, how much time do I need to allocate for this operation?
I would say 30. I mean, I'm gonna do some pre-prep, just kind of go over what we're doing, be some magical mumbo-jumbo rune stuff, and then I'm gonna show you kind of what we're doing. It's gonna be less of an operation, but I'm glad that you're prepped in. Okay, so what this is? Actually, here.
Comfort, darling.
Here, I'm gonna tell you.
You require an extra NPC to help populate map and such.
Yep, if you want, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Speaking of, all of our
Okay.
AOD should
Actually, let
be
me
swapping over
swap
to this
out
map and requesting on me so we can
Discord.
get positioned.
Because I've
Yep,
got.
I'm here.
All right. Hello. All right, let me see what you got. Perfect. Okay. So this is what we're doing.
Literally put this together.
So
Go on.
we're gonna have them sit down, and we have this area prepared. And actually, you would have been part of the prep, so I'm gonna show you the area actually now. Come with me. Go to orangey. Okay. Okay.
Oh jeez. Okay.
Bloody hell.
So, he would have been prepping you for. So what Kay has done is he's made. Basically, we're doing a big complicated transmutation spell, and so. He's going to explain it in cool magical detail on the board and stuff, but the short and skinny of it is these tablets have rune inscriptions, each one with their main element adorned on the front. And we need to put these using this runic machine in sequences. We have multiple threads to get through, and as we succeed, we're establishing those connections, and it actually, the performance. If you fail... How do I explain this? If you fail the threads, then we only get so many chances to fix those threads and put them in the right order. And if we don't get them in the right order or do them correctly, and there'll be some magical stuff. I'm going to be doing the whole DM thing for you, so you're just going to follow along. You just follow along. Luckily, we got nice shiny symbols. Okay. It'll be pretty simple. And then we're just DM and just improv it. We're just gonna improv it and go through some stuff. And when we are successful with a thread, they do better and they're gonna be in kind of like a mindscape kind of. The best way to look at it is this is like an interpretation of the transmutation process for them. We're gonna be connecting them, and then this is basically as we work through the threads, we are visually symbolizing the blood transfusion. We are symbolizing the, all the steps in this process, but we do it in a fun RP way. So there you go. And we do it with runes and spells and threads, okay? So it'll be just a fun experience and things will happen. I just wanted to prep you so you're not panicking when we get to this part.
Yeah, thank you for prepping me on this, because if I saw this and I didn't get told about it, I would have fucking panicked.
They're used to it, but I know you're probably not. So yeah, and this is how it works. Okay. It goes left to right. This is the first one, the second one, third, fourth, and there's never a duplicate, so there's always the code will just be always one, right? And then say, if that's what I call out. And I'm going to call out the codes for you. So I'm going to be like, dark affinity or dark element. And then that's, the moon. Okay. Water. Lightning. This is the transmutation, actually. That's why it doesn't look like anything else. Wind. Light. Earth. Fire. Did you crash? Well, that doesn't bode well. Rest in pieces.
We can do handstands.
Oh, I thought he was actually doing it. I thought he was actually doing it. I was like, wow, that's really impressive. But I forgot that people can just cheat.
You do the horizon.
Mike, I crashed
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go do bro things in the city.
You fall over. You fucking... No.
I made it. Assuming they'll let us know when we start. You know what I need for this? I need an actual shot. I'm gonna play a drunk guy.
Is there a tankard you can hold?
Yeah, there were fruits.
Oh god, yep, that's the one. Okay. Whew. What did I miss? Anything? We started?
Conf is getting a tankard for you to hold, I believe.
Ah, perfect! Beer man!
I think this map is so old the item spawn's broke because I can't spawn the tanker or any of the bottles even though they highlight.
Huh. Well then,
Can you spawn them at spawn?
If it's broke on there, it's broke everywhere because they just copy pasted.
don't worry about it. We roll with...
No, that's fine.
I mean, I don't need a drink to be
So
drunk.
yeah, Comp, I don't think he has it uploaded right now, but if we ever come back in the future, we can use that.
Hell yeah.
If anybody, for whatever reason, if they hear that tidbit of info and they wanted to speak to them, let me know in Discord or something, and I can see if I can figure out something to do with that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there'll probably be visits in the future. I mean, this town is right up the road, so it is kind of important. They pass it every time they go anywhere, so.
That startled me.
But yeah, I'll be up in
I swear I
my
heard
usual
horses
channel.
fucked with me. Alright, so we got a couple people over there. Do we have a bartender over here? I saw a guy crouch behind the table.
Shinryu, when's she going to play Chadley?
There is a guy there. He is there.
I just remembered. Also, I can't hear you in game in Discord if you're talking.
I think there's also some people over on the road over there that are walking along it.
Oh, beautiful. Everyone's perfectly spaced.
Still silent. I think your mic is just fucked, Shin.
I love waiting until the scene starts.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect time. We can just stare at each other awkwardly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Do
Okay,
you want to play Chadley because he was kind of heading things last night?
I just went ahead and told Fireseeker I gave them the documentation on the profiles in the guard so they would know a description for them.
That works. I just figured we'd offer you because, you know, guard characters.
Yeah. And if they see the guard coming, the lieutenant coming, they might freak out and hide even more.
Alright.
Really? You just slap him? Damn.
Oh, you fucking drunk. When you gonna pay your tab?
Huh?
Tab. What? As soon as I stop having my fucking headache, when are you gonna pay the tab?
I'll get to it, man. I promise. Man, my word.
It's been a fortnight.
A fortnight, man. You know I'm good for it.
No, I don't. Every time you've been showing me that you're not.
Buddy,
Right.
look.
Our two
Look at
runaways.
look at this
Can I
beautiful,
get a quick description of you?
almost cashmere jacket
You
I
are
got
both
on right
male
now.
characters. You're both human.
Don't worry
What's your
about
hair
it.
colors?
Black hair. I'm Joshua.
Pay me within the night or I take the jacket.
What's yours? Sort of greenish?
Knights is it greenish?
Although I can stop having
Yeah,
a
it's
headache.
greenish.
Alright, like I said, pay me. Like I said, pay me within the night or I take the jacket. Alright, get me the money.
Can I get one more? What? What was that all about? I pay him.
What are their
plenty,
names, by the way?
Just so you know.
Joshua Hall.
I'm sure you do, sir.
What? You don't believe me?
And Jacob Stevens.
You know, I'm actually a smart guy.
I
Promise.
you, sir.
No, you know, I have these plans. See, imagine
So name and hair colors,
a
so I can keep
ship,
track, because
right?
I can't remember anything.
in the sky.
Joshua Hall has the black hair,
That sounds
and
very
Jacob Stevens has the greenish hair.
thoughtful of you, sir.
Sort of a teal, I guess.
Powered by water.
How would that work, sir? Do you have plans for how it would work?
Oh, you know, I'm sure I'll figure it out. It's in the works. See, I have these plans. Every night I pour over them. It's all I really. It's just. Okay. First step. Water.
Water?
Second step. You add something to the water.
What would that something be?
I can't tell you that. That would be giving my secrets away.
Would it be alcohol? Since you seem to love it so much.
They'll be coming in soon. We're just going to give them a brief descriptor of coming into the city.
That's not a bad idea.
Second quick question. What time of day is it here?
Morning.
Morning? Okay.
Like probably
What kind of alcohol would
10-ish,
you put in your
8 or 9 or 10.
water?
Conf, do you want the two of us to deafen in here so we
Well,
don't know
what
what's
is your
going on with
favorite?
students, or are you going to be telling us?
I need to be able to hear,
Wow.
so everyone just
All
be
of
ready.
them are my favorites.
And how about all of them?
She'll put all the alcohol?
Variety.
That's a very big expense.
And to get more success is the more you use, the more of an outcome you can have.
More outcome by more alcohol. You make sound sense.
I'm glad I do, sir.
Well, anyways, we need to create bubbles. And once you create bubbles in the water, then you have what you need to propel your ship into the sky. It's gonna take on like wildfire.
Do you have a crew?
Crew? You don't need a crew with these. I'm telling you, it's self-propelling.
So it's just a ship in the sky with no one on it.
But me and my dreams.
It sounds amazing, sir.
I mean, you can come if you like.
No, thank you, sir.
Maybe another
I
time.
think I like my feet planted firmly on the ground.
Gonna need some shoes that last longer than those, because those are a little thin.
Alright, they're
Good
coming
work,
in and
Mr.
they're going to be in
Gibson,
character
pretty
as soon as they pop in, so.
Alright. I'm gonna make my
Let me see. Did you know in my past life I was a boost specialist? Did you know I give those 1-year tops? Souls? Whoever was the soulsman. Nah. If you need, I can fix those up in a
Look into getting
jiffy.
new boots. you can fix them up. Are you?
I'm a handyman!
What's the word?
My father was a handyman, his father was a handyman, and his father before him was a handyman. And his father... we don't talk about his father.
I see. Well, maybe I'll have to think about giving you my boots. But maybe we might need to talk a little bit more before that.
Isn't that what we're doing? Conversation? Wait, is there a prerequisite to
You're not
get
so
in?
drunk and you can actually remember this conversation.
Oh, I remember this conversation. I remember the boots. I remember the sky. I remember the drinks, and I remember the company. Though I was turned
Do you
down.
remember my name?
The brown-haired elf lady, who is too beautiful to remember.
So you will not remember me then?
No, you see, you're too blinding.
Alright, they're in and they're
Doesn't
going to start.
remember any of the women that he hits on. He's used that one about 3 in the past week.
Who are you, sir?
He's drunk off his ass. I'm the owner of this
No,
tavern.
very handy man, it seems.
The best?
Who puts his hands everywhere.
No. In fact, I'm very respectful. Sir, I meant it when I said I was flying alone in that ship. Every time you come over... Sir, I swear to God, if you keep talking to me like this, what? I have nothing to live for. I come here at your establishment and drink every day. I give you my hard-earned money, and this is how you treat me.
You haven't paid me in a week.
I said I'll
Your
get on
tab is
it.
fucking full.
I have things. Things are coming in. Things. Handyman has
course.
things coming in, my friend.
You start paying me, I stop cucking you, whatever the fuck you said it was.
What? Chickens. 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 Not my thing.
Of course. Yes. Alright.
Who are these schmucks?
Look, I'll pay you, let's say, silver if you don't let him in my fucking bar. I'm going on a walk.
Silver sounds pretty good to me.
Oh, I'm in there.
You got it, Bars.
Did you just get hired here?
Oh no, I don't work here.
What do you do?
I live here.
What was I doing here? You just take
I
up
came
space.
here to get a nice meal.
Okay.
In the early morning.
And did you
And
get it?
then You distracted
So
me.
if our road
I am
goes
sorry,
to
my dazzling
respond instead of
beauty
facing
distracted
flames,
you.
You are able to now.
Already
Oh,
here and
yes.
waiting.
You and your...
Alrighty. That'll probably be a while
Gorgeous
before they get there,
looks.
unfortunately.
It's a headband, isn't it?
Yeah, you're still talking. It looks like.
And those enormous hands of yours that can do many things.
Huge. The calluses tell all the stories.
May I see your hands?
It's kind of a personal question, but sure.
I see. You are quite the worker. And you're telling the truth in that, at least.
Did we just have a moment?
No.
Put it on my hand.
I was simply looking at your calluses to see how much you were telling the truth of.
Did you hold
Alright, they've set
everybody's
off off
hand?
the road.
If they offer it to me. When I ask.
Listen, how would I buy you a drink?
You are not allowed in the bar anymore.
It's not even to buy a drink? I am a paying customer.
To get away out of sight. Don't be too sus though.
Well, it seems like the bar's man doesn't want you in there. He paid me a silver to keep you out.
So you do work here.
Perfect timing.
I don't work
Feel free to
here.
do whatever you want from now.
But you took his money.
Money is a good way to get someone to do something for you. But I don't work here.
So if I gave you money, you'd go on the ship with me?
It depends on how much you offer.
Oh?
But from the sounds of it, you don't have much money.
Well, you don't just get a jacket like this with these kind of colors. This is very cheap colors. Without having a little bit of something.
I think the bars man's jacket seemed a lot nicer than yours.
Yeah. Well, looks are deceiving. Looks don't tell the tale. Is it hardy enough to weather the
I
storm?
see.
Or is it just a fashion statement that's going to be gone tomorrow?
So is my beauty something that is so futile in your life that you will forget it? And that it means nothing?
No, I said that is the one thing I wouldn't forget.
Ah, I see.
Names are just
So my
things
beauty just
that are
doesn't
given.
mean anything.
Beauty means everything. Beauty of the soul, reflected from the outside and in.
So then his jacket is better than yours.
But not if the beauty is flawed and wears away. Corruption. Like cheap leather.
See. Cheap leather. What is yours made out of?
As it is practically cashmere.
What is cashmere?
Practically. It's not a kennel.
What?
Skinned it myself. Handyman.
You say some funny words, Drop Command.
Alright, they're coming up to the farms now.
Let's...
I think. Alright, head a bit further out this way towards me, that way they can see you better.
They're probably gonna take a bit. So, let's just do a... You and I can just talk and walk that away, and then come back and circle here. I still get lost. So we take a right, right?
Yes, we take a right.
Okay. My jaw hurts. Ah. Okay, follow me. We're just gonna go that way, and then we're gonna tail back. See, as I was saying, my business. For building the ship, you need supplies. They have the finest masonry in town.
I didn't know you actually had a job.
Alright, we'll set up to the other
Well,
fields
with-
and around the house.
No, I told you I'm a handyman.
True. You did tell me that.
Literally handyman. Anything you want done. Shoes. Ships. You name it. Anyways, perfect place for the best stones in town. But nothing compares to the beer, which is why I go to the innkeeper, but unfortunately he hates my guts.
Can I get a description on those gentlemen again? I'm being asked.
It seems like you don't.
One of them had black
what
hair
he
and the other
said.
had like tealish green hair.
He just doesn't like me.
Back to the
Here.
restaurant.
You can have the silver he gave me, and you can pay him with this.
Just some blue clothes.
I'm not going to do... What kind of man does this make
He
me?
gave me a silver to keep you out of the inn.
Well, mission accomplished. You
So
got me
I'm
out
giving it
here.
to you. Now you can pay back.
Isn't that kind of cheating?
I don't think so.
Sir? Hello?
Think of it like
Do we want any
this.
CFA guards
I'm
walking
paying
around the center or
to
no?
Keep seeing you around.
I'm actually about to set up.
Alright, I'll take it then.
If you want to
Thank
hit,
you.
If one other person wants to come with me, they can. Just come to spawn and swap into it.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Alright.
Go for it.
Oh my god,
We're
you're
not
really
doing
slow now.
much.
Yeah.
Happy I'm not
And then we'll hit
interrupting
the
too
CF.
specifically.
And then we'll walk down from there.
No, he was just showing me his workplace.
My name is Professor Barry.
Yep, so just
I'm
hit the
a teacher
CF button
for
and we'll
school
figure it
not
out.
far from here. I'm
No. They said a down staircase, right?
cadets and I are looking for two of our own who have gone missing. Have either of you seen two gentlemen named
Alright. Back to duty then.
Jacob and Joshua?
Double make.
Both of you.
No, I don't believe so.
No one with that name rings a bell. You know, lots of people come through here, especially of late.
Seems quiet.
Especially by the inn. Lots of people go by the inn. If you're looking for someone, they're probably there.
You're probably right.
Thank you.
I mean, you were there.
Well, that's where I always am, though. You heard
You
the...
probably are there a lot. Yes.
There's quite a few of us passing through. Speak to any of the cadets in the uniforms, and it will be of great help. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Welcome.
Okay.
Well, it looks like he's gonna get a lot of the business. Lots of youngins looking to get drunk.
It seems
Like
so.
spring break.
It's good for him, I guess.
Note information about their description and the tavern has been passed on to some of the G.M.A. students.
Would you like to head back to the inn where everyone else is heading?
Well, it seems like it's the perfect place now that the party's started. Let's do it.
After you.
No, beauty first.
Such a gentleman.
At least you're starting to see. So you're the academy students the professor was saying?
Yes, sir. You wouldn't happen to know where the local bar is? We
Well,
heard,
we were heading there ourselves.
Oh, if you wouldn't mind, would you mind leading me, sir?
Yes. Looks like the students want to get drunk. I knew it. Let's go.
I really don't, sir, but thank you.
They do have good beer.
I'm sure.
And good food, too. Fucking
Mr.
Sorry.
I was going to say something. He is running.
To the bar, to the bar, to the bar we go. I'm excited to drink everything in the bar, Patrons!
Oh. Well, go get him. I'm not your squad.
We let kids in here now? This place has gone downhill.
I mean, it'd be uphill if there was actually people serving, but still. Also, I'm not a kid.
Oh, that's right. The barman stepped out for a second.
You're not a kid.
Fair enough. No, I'm not. I'm an halfling.
Hello, halfling. What brings you
I've got
to
a
the
question
bar?
though. Who around here is known as like your most prolific
Gallant had
patron
also
of
been
your bar?
informed of the information.
Me?
Me?
Except he never pays.
Yeah,
We've
fair
been
enough.
over
Yeah.
this. I'm coming into some money.
We have.
If they're running you a tab, man, good on you. Good working. Now, what I was gonna say is, you happen to see two new guys, right? Not locals.
Not locals. There's been a lot of new guys, especially with, the officers coming in and out of late. CAF and all that. Their
Black-haired
business is
guy,
picked
teal
up.
blue-haired guy, both a bit jumpy. Yeah.
Jumpy.
Might have been imbibing a bit of libation.
Maybe. I mean, there's a couple guys in.
There's a few that fit that description. But that's a very vague description.
I was gonna say, if you happen to know what they're wearing. You notice what they're dressed like?
Well, isn't that something you need to tell us?
Well, we need to know a little bit more about
Well,
these
no,
guys.
because I don't know what they're wearing, do I?
Well, tell me a little bit about
They've
them,
changed their
other than
clothes.
guys.
Well, you hear their names by any chance? Joshua and Jacob.
Joshua and Jacob. Two guys. There
Names
was.
don't ring a bell.
There were two guys
They were
drinking the other night,
fairly
but
new here.
I don't know.
Yeah, would have gone into town last night.
Maybe.
Why didn't you ask them if they went to the tavern last night, if they saw anyone come in and out? Maybe that's a better question.
Yeah, hard part about being in a tavern if you're enjoying yourself properly is you don't always remember who's going in and out of a tavern, do you?
Well, you don't know
Excuse
until you
me,
ask him.
miss.
Yeah.
When does the tavern open?
Oh, he had to step out for a minute. I can go get him. I believe I know where he went.
Perfect. Well, yeah, as soon as they get here, let one of them know, please. I
Do you
greatly
think
appreciate it.
Sure.
they will come
Thanks.
by soon, or will it be better if we go look for this tavern owner individual?
It's just been a very long boat ride, and these kids are thirsty.
I can go grab them. You can
I
totally
knew
stay
it.
here.
It is spring break.
Don't get into any more trouble.
Yeah, we're here to go wild.
I knew it.
Sometimes
To go
kids be
wild, I mean,
kids.
drink responsibly and
Very
not
good.
cause property damage.
And their
Exactly,
hormones.
cadet,
It's in the air now. Can't get around town without it.
Sorry, that's my cologne.
So you two are here to get drunk, huh?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Right.
In truth, we're here to find two guards.
Yeah, so we've been told.
Yeah.
Do you have anything more than
Little
guys?
excessive. Yeah, one's got teal hair,
names
one
and their
has
hair
black
colours,
hair.
that's
They're
it.
of medium height. I spoke to them just like a day ago before they ran off. In fact, I found it weird how they got here. I saw two of them at least jump into the water, so at least I'm... Anyway.
Why did they run away?
Jumping just...
They ran off...
Did they swam all the way here?
Well,
No, probably not. They probably grabbed the boat.
Probably not,
Alright,
but I'd
alright.
like to think that they did.
Were they talking about anything?
We need the tavern keeper at the tavern.
I mean, have you seen something rather unusual?
They were.
I wish see lots of unusual things in the bar.
Wanted to run away.
So whenever the tavern
Punished.
keeper can get
Run
out
away.
of whatever they're doing and can go to the
Run away from
tavern.
punishment.
You might have overheard something about them potentially.
We also had some
dumping
people
their
going into the
armor on
restricted
the
areas.
Do
We are
yourself,
currently
sir.
corralling them back down
Own a
into the
broom.
regular area.
Doesn't everybody own a broom? I'm a handyman, so yes.
Has anybody been scared of you lately?
Every girl I talk to seems to be.
Oh, I'm so I'm
Information about Yoshiro and the CAS
someday,
has also
all
been
right?
passed along.
You'll get him.
I don't know what you mean, but thank you.
Anyway, apparently the crime matched an incident with a broom. Apparently they were brooming something. Apparently they were afraid that it was
Man,
poison.
there were two gentlemen kind of skittish around brooms the other night. I kind of real good like that. Don't remember what they're wearing exactly. It was dark. They had
Broom all the people with consent
dark
or still in
clothing.
prison.
Pretty
Remember
sure they
that,
had dark
you handyman.
clothing. Hold on.
So what's your name, buddy?
Sorry. Shanique.
Wait, what?
Sorry. My.
Can you? Can you repeat your name one more time, please? I haven't.
No, sorry.
Are
sorry.
your name Chinese? You said.
I kind of have a problem right here.
It's like right here. Just right.
Okay. I was born with it.
What have we
Leave
told
me
you
alone.
about trying to put your fingers inside
Please.
people?
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Sorry, say that again.
Nick!
Devil, you stop
It's
distracting
Nick!
me. I've been holding this man's hand for a minute.
Nick!
Can you say that again?
Nick!
Sure they don't pass.
Can I join
Nick!
I feel like I want to.
Okay, Nick! Very nice to meet you. My name is Yuri. Yuri Merchant.
There he is! The man!
The town person is. I'm gonna go.
The man, the legend. Who's that person?
The keeper of this establishment.
Oh!
You know,
Thank you very
I
much.
would love you
question when you have a
if
moment?
you give him about,
What?
50 gold.
You will love me.
The guards
I
mentioned
would.
a Yoshiro
Mhm.
that is a meeting with some of the members of the CAF right now. Would I know that name?
How familiar is your character with what was going on during the G.M.A?
Welcome!
G.M.A, that was the whole...
The big tree cult.
Appreciate it.
Well, was revealed as a brainwash.
Booze.
Probably
Excitement.
not too much, really.
Family.
I do know the character does
Craziness
travel
all
around a bit,
inside,
but especially
wrapped
recently he's
in
probably
a
been a little bit more stationary
You
at
too, Missy.
this area with...
Could enjoy the libations
G.M.A.
of life.
Then nothing really.
Okay, thank you.
It sounds vaguely familiar.
You know
but we
what? If
can't
it
really
hits me
place the name.
harder, then I will definitely drink.
Okay,
Amen.
thank you.
That is concerning, but demon on.
The bar's this way. I said the bar's this way.
Oh, thanks.
Would the tavern keep know anything about the two guards that went missing?
You know, I think he should start paying me.
Well, technically he did.
Technically you did, and I am in your debt, Missy.
The dreamer is in debt to a lowly elf.
Lowly? Wouldn't we say hi, elf?
No.
No.
I've been told many a times here that I am.
For DM
not a
knowledge,
high
Vic
elf.
is stealthing into the church area.
All right. As he enters the area, there are a lot of CAF guards been around. He would discover in the
It's
center of the
still there.
church, there's actually a meeting going on. There are a
Out of
few
the way.
CAF officers in their
Oh.
robes and
Jeez, he's grumpy.
a woman with white hair that he might recognize as
Big man.
the former sister Yoshiro.
I think his muscles are the size of my head.
Seems they're discussing
I've
some
been working out
bureaucratic
too,
matters
you know.
about the management of the city.
And for thank you guys.
To have you.
Yeah. Every morning, I have a routine. I wake up, I look at that barbell and I say, today's the day! And then I come here, and I drink myself into a stupor.
And don't you work at a masonry?
Well,
Aren't you used to lifting heavy things?
well, yeah, that's technically a workout, I guess. That feels more like breaking my back, though, to be honest.
Would the tavern keeper know anything about the two guards at the banner post?
Nothing specific, but there were two people who came in late last night
Yeah,
and got very
there's
drunk
lots.
and they were rambling about.
Look at all the hair colors.
Though
I mean,
nothing
that
really
one had
specific
bright.
that you remember.
It's
It
almost
seemed
the
like
color of
people were drunk
Evershine.
and
Gotcha.
Oh, it is almost the color of Evershine.
And they're looking at us like we're weirdos. You're the weird ones. You came in here looking at me like I'm weird. Sorry.
You are weird.
No. A little bit. I'm a handyman, not a weird man.
Embrace weird. It makes you you.
Thanks, man. Airships, I'm telling you. Airships! Soon.
Do it.
Prepared by water. Water! What is he doing? Is he a normal townsperson?
Reggie? No, I don't think I've seen him around before. Actually, wait. I think I saw him yesterday? Last night?
Ahoy!
Hello, friend. How are we?
Good, and you?
Oh, very well. I've just been doing business around town.
Oh, I see.
Made a good
Where
bit
do
of
you
gold
work?
today. Oh, just down the street up there.
Really? Doing what?
Really?
On one of the potters. Well, sort of. I'm sort of the apprentice now. As of recent.
I see. I see. Well,
Yes, exactly.
been able to sell anything to the students that have just recently come into town?
I don't know. They don't seem to want anything. But one of them did help this old woman with her order. She bought a large pot, and then there was one of the small pots as well. I tried to sell her a second large pot at a discount because we were haggling, and it was very good. But she didn't want the second one. Yeah, she started saying I was just, trying to get gold out of her. She didn't need a second large pot. But everybody needs a second large pot.
You always need a pot.
Very useful.
Always need a pot.
Exactly, and she's trying to bring grain into the city to sell, and so having more pots means she can bring in more at once. It's a perfect deal.
Logical sense. Seem like a smart man.
Exactly.
Might I interest you in a
I think
business
she's
venture?
just trying to haggle me a bit too hard. Of course, why not?
Flying ships.
I mean, you'd have to talk to the boss, technically, but what? Are you gone mad?
No. I have the plans drafted at home. I'm a handyman.
Right. Well, that's fair. How does it work?
Water.
What?
Listen, I figured since the
thought you
world
said
is
it was
mainly
fine, not
water,
normal.
we use it as a force. Basically,
I
make
mean, that
bubbles
would
and it
work
just goes.
if you can use magic, but
Who needs magic when you got
You-
bubbles?
You want to float a boat with bubbles. Hello.
Hello.
Goodbye.
What? Sir?
Sir?
Where are you going?
One moment, I have to go back to my shop.
Sir? That's weird. Why did he rush off?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut up
Talking to him? That's very rude.
I don't know why he left, to be honest. We were having a nice chat until you
I don't know
got
why he left either, but I...
Well, the people that purchased it.
You
That,
have? Same
I
rack
was
as
there
the other one?
secondhand, so you'd
Sorry,
have to
sir, I
ask
didn't mean to
them.
interrupt the
I think
conversation. I'll see if I can bring
them
them up.
told me they're right behind you.
Oh, you're fine. If he's that rude, I'd want that conversation interrupted.
So either of you have first-hand information on the.
That was unfortunate. I was almost to the sailing end of this whole business venture. What did you do to him?
Here's a random question for you. What, to the guys that ran off? Nothing. Apparently they had a falling out with a broom. Don't worry about it, it gets weird.
What, the guy we were just talking to?
I don't even know what's going on anymore. My question is, you guys happen to know, like, if you didn't
one
own
of the
property
G.M.A.
here, right?
professors
Like,
I
didn't
think
have a
I
house
saw
or anything,
tailing
where would
the
you go
purse.
to dye your hair? Yeah, if you went and bought a kit, but you didn't exactly have a place of residence to go and do it yourself, where would you go and do it?
Yeah, I said I was drinking with them last night, but I got too drunk to remember details.
Not like it would ever imply she would dye her hair. She's got beautiful hair.
Oh, thank you.
I almost
Beautiful
wonder
hair as
if
well.
like you should have
Let's think on this.
people just play like
There has to be a
some
bar
like similar
No, no.
colored
Wait a sec, actually,
NPCs to them
Either-
just to get them
Either
confused.
the
Kind of like throw them
alchemy
off.
shop. or-
Did they dye their hair? And do we have a barber here?
Well, yeah, I think it was purchased from the alchemy shop, but where would
I
they
mean,
go
honestly,
to
that would be a
actually
question for you.
use the dye?
Well,
I
more of a, did they dye their hair? If they didn't, then I'll just make up something.
They've been going around with their actual
I'm
hair
a
color so far,
seamstress, so I
assuming.
help dye.
Right. I just remembered.
Hey,
There
hey,
is a
guys.
barber, but he's been away for the last couple of days.
You know where his shop is by any chance? Just an off thought.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I think so. Follow me. Drinks this way, sir.
Yeah, righto.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Huh? What?
There are no shops that way, sir.
I'm taking the shortcut. Shortcut. Pretty sure it was this way. I think.
It's here.
Ah!
Isn't this the barber shop?
You might be right. Yeah. It seems he's not in.
Just so you know, buildings that are painted with red are the businesses, and the buildings that are yellow and
Yes, this is
gray are
the
residential.
barber.
He's the home barber. He's not home, but he really wanted to see him.
Ah, fair enough. Okay, well, good luck with the barber.
Well, Rex, if you think about it, you got something kind of important there.
Yeah?
Since I've heard you the one saying it. With the dye.
Yeah, some of my friends said some people came by recently and bought a bunch of hair dye.
Fair enough.
I was trying to see if someone had, done something silly like forced the door to get in there. 'Cause if you don't have a place
Oh,
of
you think it was
residence
stolen
to,
instead of purchased?
Well, no, they might have purchased it, but if you don't have a place of residence to actually use it yourself, where are you going to go to apply it or something like that?
I'll be sure to
Are
mention.
you insinuating that we would have let people break into a house?
I'm going to as well.
So, do you ever let
Well-
anyone break into a house? No, that's the
No,
entire
but we
point of someone
patrol
doing a
these
criminal
streets.
activity like that. Yeah, that's true,
Yeah.
sir.
I
Like
can
someone
tell
could be
you
beating
haven't
their
seen
wife
any
right now
break-ins
somewhere.
happen. Look. I don't understand you guys are trying to do your job, I heard. Ask
Maybe
us
we go back
things
for a
instead
drink?
of just assuming. Nobody's tried to break into houses from what we've noticed.
Yeah, I don't think we're
we haven't got any
needed here
complaints
anymore.
about
I think
breaking
they're
in or
discussing
either.
something. We probably
Yeah.
should really
That's the
listen
thing,
to.
sir.
Fair
Apparently,
enough,
since
I
the
feel
barber's out of town, it makes sense that if someone's to break into his house, he's not going to report it, is he?
Others would see.
It's true.
This just sounds like a whole can of worms I do not want to open.
I do not want to get involved. I don't know why they need a barber or why. Have you been dyeing your hair lately, sir? It seems to be craziness.
No.
Have you seen two people on the run, scared of brooms?
Last night I did.
You did? Well, they're looking for him.
So I've heard.
You need to talk to him. I don't know shit about it.
I don't think I've seen you around before. What's your name? It's a pleasure to meet you.
John.
John? Nice to meet you, John.
Yeah, John.
It's a pleasure to meet you, John.
May I ask what's your two names?
I'm Sylvia.
Sylvia and
Nick.
Nick.
Nick. It's
Nick.
has it's constantly eating
Nick.
something, so he's.
What?
No.
I got your back, Nick.
Thanks, man.
What I hear, are you in town, buddy?
Yeah, I've been here for about a month.
Really?
Yeah.
Why
Really?
do-
I've never seen you before.
Where do you work?
Where'd you come from?
I came from Saigon. I'm here visiting.
That's quite far from here.
Have you been to the bar before?
I can invite you a drink.
Yeah.
Free drink.
Wait, you sure?
It's a really nice
You
bar.
sure?
Yeah, come on over.
Okay. Go, Ben.
That's nice of him. Why did anyone offer to buy me a drink?
Very strange. Oh. Do you think we can ask?
If they'll buy me a drink? Isn't that rude?
Yeah.
Doesn't it have to be like
I don't think
given
so.
freely?
Well, you also aren't allowed in there.
I think he's probably past that by now. I mean, come on, it's been about like 10 minutes.
sounded pretty
Stupid
serious.
idea.
Excuse me, little darling. Can I buy you a
It's
drink?
stupid in that it's funny.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Reese's met both of these guards before,
Let her
like
show
when they
her.
were on campus. And she can mimic voices.
I'll get you a drink.
Which one of them is the...
Bye.
Which one of them is which? Like, which one, the green-haired was which, and which one was the black-haired?
Black hair is Faye Lawrence. Green hair is Nightshades.
Well, what I mean is, like, what their names were, because what I
Oh.
want, like, stand around a corner, use the other guy's voice to call out the name of the other and see what happens.
Oh my god. Shit. I don't even remember their names now.
I know one of them was, like, Joshua Hall, and the other one was Jacob, but I just can't remember which one's which.
Joshua is the
Hello?
black-haired one, if I remember.
Joshua, okay, so, Jacob. Understood.
Welcome to the bar.
Well then,
Would you like to buy me a drink? Though I can't go inside.
Oh, this is gonna go well.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to find that.
my lady,
I'm gonna have to go look at this later.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'm streaming.
my sweet little innocent
Okay,
child is this way.
Just letting you know, Knight, because I know you're here right now, you're about to hear the voice of your friend.
There's many a patron inside that building.
And it will sound
No,
exactly
no.
like them, so just keep that in mind.
They're really... I can't go farther than this. They're gonna literally send the guards at me. I've been kicked out of the bar. But I see some green of your students in there.
Why were you kicked out of the bar?
I may have ran up my tab a little too high. Listen, I said I had cashmere, and I traded. But then he just wanted to take the clothes off my back. So here I am.
Yeah, well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
If you see any shifty-looking people, I guess we're looking for them.
Shifty as in this character?
I'm pretty shifty.
I knew it.
I don't even know what they look like.
I don't know.
Oh,
But I'm
yeah.
pretty shifty too.
Bring him in. We found one.
Book 'em, Danny.
That guy?
He's walking away.
Your man is getting away. Oh my god, he's on the run.
He's got a ponytail. We'll pull him back.
Silver!
As a guard. He's shifty.
What? Where? What?
My dear,
Here, Nick.
you're as
I got
kind
you a
as you
drink.
are beautiful. Thank you.
I'm going this way.
Oh,
Cheers.
thank
What
you.
were
You flatter
you?
me so.
What do you do here?
Oh, I helped the potion seller, and I also helped.
He doesn't know,
sometimes.
right? I'm not gonna get in trouble.
How long have you lived here?
No, he's fine. You're fine.
Maybe a year or two.
What's the color of the carpet in your room?
Oh my god.
Okay, show us your room so we can know it is red.
This spring break, students are crazy.
So when do we tell
I
him
think
we
she
do
just
something?
has to have sex with him.
Oh my god.
Man?
My girlfriend would not be doing that.
Oh my god.
Never mind then.
These students. Oh my god.
I thought that was like a very interesting way to have sex with someone.
Jesus. This is insane. These students. Is the innkeeper in there?
No, it's just his friend.
No.
That runs it occasionally.
Cheers.
There's nobody in here. Just come get a drink.
I've been kicked out many times, lady. I don't know if it's safe.
There is nobody in here.
That cheap leather will come around the corner any moment. I know it.
It's okay, Nick. I'll protect you from the big, strong, scary leather man.
He is scary. Anybody with that big a muscle shouldn't be trusted. You heard it from me.
I was talking with the bartender before. I think like since he's gonna run too much, I think he needs someone to use a broom and just like swipe around.
Startle them if they react to something.
That seems rather easy with conversion to mason work.
Why do you walk around chairs like that?
I said what's up with the brooms there lately.
I mean, everyone uses brooms. They're like used for cleaning, unless you want to just grab a mop and just.
I was thinking that after I left here, I would probably settle down.
So you've been keeping out of trouble then today? It's been rather hectic.
Have you been keeping me out of trouble? I think that's a question that I should ask you.
What do you mean? My mission up around him is always in trouble.
You tend to get a little bit.
It's always interesting when you're fishing, because
From what I've seen,
you get, if you actually get
very
catch an edible fish, it
into
cook
people's
it,
faces when you talk
tastes
about your
better
dreams.
when you buy it from the
Well, isn't that what's the most important to all of us is our dreams? What are your dreams, Silver?
Here, since I'm paying for everyone's drinks, you
Probably
two
to
have a
open up
drink.
my
There
own
you go.
seamstress
Thank
shop
you, Professor.
instead of just working at one.
Admiral Vocals, and how are you going to achieve those?
Cheers.
Alright, Knight, just so you
Since
are
I'm paying
aware,
for the
you're about
drinks,
to,
there
you're
you
about
go,
to hear
two.
that voice call out again.
Sir, you're very kind.
Understood.
Rainy lately.
What a kind,
Not too much.
gentle soul.
Pain here and there.
Nothing tastes better than free.
Saying like in inn, sort of, have you been like lucky enough to already find a house?
So seamstress. I see.
Well, to achieve it, I'm already halfway there.
Oh?
Fair enough. Like, my
I've picked out a spot where I would like it to
sisters
be.
really wanted to like take a vacation, and I was
And I've
Don't
gathered
guess
up
if
half of the money that I need so far to get
close
to buy
you know,
it.
it's a
Perfect.
very nice, secure place, and it's nice to visit. It has a
So you got money? How'd you manage that?
By working.
My last stop before I eventually go.
And not spending it on useless things.
Like I was talking about.
What a concept.
And when do you where do you plan to go next?
Indeed. What about you? How are you going to achieve your dreams?
hard work, dedication, and a will that rivals no other.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Do either of you know if Farmer Jeremy or Jeremiah?
Hopefully, I got a question.
He owes me money, and I need to find him.
We got Misty sniffing a little bit of the dice to see if we can catch a scent or something similar.
Don't go down
Another question.
But don't hurt him, alright? He's a
Nothing
nice
too
guy.
prominent?
Oh, I'm not gonna. I ain't
Any
gonna hurt
specific
no one.
directions that could
See
follow
if he
us?
owes me 5 copper.
Oh, really?
It's not too much.
There doesn't
It's
seem
just
to
chump
be any
change.
real,
Oh, okay. Alright.
trail to it.
Well, yeah. I haven't seen him lately.
I like to rib him a little bit.
Comp,
Well, if you're looking for the farmer, he's probably
is
down at the
one of the guards has been asked to look over the teal-haired individual and see if they recognize them as a citizen. Do they? Yes or no?
Who just stared at me while I was asking
Not
questions?
really,
Didn't say
but
nothing.
there's also a lot of people coming in now.
Yeah. Okay.
You should play skeptical.
All right. I'll go with this accordingly, since Dagger has done a pretty good job at trying to get the guards to help him. So I'll give him a bit of a leeway.
Sorry I couldn't be of
DMs?
service to the man.
Arashi is, or Rana, is going to be purchasing a broom from one of the townspeople in an effort to scare them using her wind magic.
Wow. Silver.
Wanted to let you know. So
It
if
seems
any
that
of
the
you guys want to pawn
innkeeper
off a
put you
broom,
in charge of these people.
finger guns.
Should probably let you be.
Don't believe so. I think I'm only in charge of you.
Really? So I have you for the day?
Sure.
He would
This
have
is kind of
been
contrary to our
months.
beginning conversations, but I won't argue.
It is, but you've grown on me a little bit.
Like a disease.
Yes, like a disease.
Well then. Do you want to go for a walk, my lady?
I'm quite familiar with a lot of people down here.
So polite. I would love to go for a walk.
Hey, no, you farmer.
I met one of your
old pal of mine.
a gentleman in.
We don't know,
Sorry,
we don't know anybody.
put something on the floor. Alright, we're good.
Make sure you grab your extra drink.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect.
Perfect. I'm ready.
You're sloshed. You're sloshed. So none of y'all. All right, I'll just leave you alone. Then.
Just go, come on, just take a seat with one of the other people.
Oh, it's fine.
What did I tell you? Stop
So where are we walking to first?
Well, I was thinking, might as well pass through the business district, see if there's any fun happenings. I mean, things gotten quite lively with these kids around.
Hey, Conf, Rana just borrowed the broom from the potion seller.
Comp, I know it's a lot of questions. Did the guard believe the teal-haired individual's answer about being here for a month?
He finds it to be a little bit suspicious, but it is a large town.
Yeah.
But you also would have noticed that he did grow fairly nervous when you and the other professor had on each side
Walking
of him.
down the street.
Right.
So you can relay that information to someone.
With the pretty girl at my feet.
Probably discreetly.
I didn't know you were a singer too.
I'm not a devil, though. Handyman. So,
Handyman. Master of none.
Conf, I gave, the potion seller
exactly
gave my NPC I guess it's like a dick shrinking potion, and I made Ryder drink it.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck?
All right, that's. I need to note that down for Clip.
So, there we go.
It'll probably be some other kind of potion, but it's...
I was checking, you know.
I like the idea of it.
What kind of things do you like? You said you're a seamstress. Do you like accessories? Like hair accessories? Extensions? bracelets, jewelry, that type of thing?
It can be nice, yes.
Yes.
I have my clip here for my cape.
It is pretty. Very pretty. Where did you get that?
I made it.
It makes sense. I can't wait to see when you open your shop
It's
one day.
just a simple clip.
Simple clips as you. Intricate design for others. Never underestimate your talent, my dear. You have a gift, and you should give it to the world.
Take those words to heart.
Sir!
Yes. What
Hello?
can I do for you?
Just wanted to take a gander at your wares.
Of course. Feel free to browse. Right now we have healing potions, stamina potions, and hydration potions.
Oh,
and some
yes.
chemical
Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Sounds like you need some hydration potions, sir. You
Hydration potion? You have H2 premium H2O? You and I might have a business opportunity together.
Yes.
Let me see your finest H2O. Bring it to the table.
Here you go. 20 silver.
20 silver for H2O. This is an abundance on our planet.
It's a little.
Hello, good morning.
It's better than actual water.
What did you do to it? Spit
Keeps
in it?
you hydrated.
Bathe in it? Is
It
this your
lets
bath
you
water?
recover. So,
Cadets have gathered a lot of information and seem
What do
to
you
be
think this
set
establishment
in
is
who they
there?
think
I've
our
been trying to
suspects
get
are.
through
We're
all
gonna
of this
start making
bullshit
plates to
H2O
acquire.
lately that's been on the scene. I need pure water. None of this contaminated by
Knight, you're gonna be very
popularity
nervous,
bullshit.
And if you get an opportunity, you're gonna. 100%
It's an
try to
alchemical
forget
potion, sir. It does better than regular water.
I'll let you know when a good opportunity is.
Alchemical how?
Mixed of certain ingredients. When
I will go ahead and do it. I will- you're-
part of it's water.
I will go ahead and take
Keeps you hydrated 50% more efficiently.
50% more efficiently? The ratios on that is pretty high. How'd you
So
manage
try
that?
to be looking
don't
around,
think
trying
you
to find a
need
way to
that.
escape. You know, it's hard to convey nervous body language.
How'd you
in
even
this
I think he
manage
needs
that?
to
I need the bubbles though. Will it bubble?
bubble.
Will it bubble?
As soon as you see all those,
That's
other
gonna
cadets,
compromise the
try to turn it.
effectiveness of the potion. It
It's
needs to be
useless.
Like down this,
perfect.
there's an alleyway coming up on the right.
No bubbles, no
That
service.
was unmuted. Apologies. Comp, two of the G.M.A. students.
Pay for it? I didn't even use it. I was looking at
Okay,
it.
casually try to slip this way.
You wasted product.
Wasted? I looked at it. I didn't. Sir, you can't expect.
Broke the damn bottle.
I pushed it off the. I didn't throw it up. Sir, I didn't break. How?
Yes, it doesn't matter. It's a tree. Who cares?
Okay. They just wanted to know if they needed specific permission or not. Alright, I'll let them know.
We're caught.
Who is the person who runs the pottery shop? That I do.
It would be
Emo's wondering if the potter guy has taken an apprentice in the past month or year.
not that
Let me
she's-
think for a
Not
second.
that you're aware of. You also don't make it your business to keep track of everybody, though, so.
Alright. I don't know what just happened. I'm too drunk for this.
You owe me 5 silver now.
5 silver? Milady, let me
call the CAS
let me
on
take
you.
care of your boots for free. That's the least I could do.
Okay, you can take my boots.
I'll have these fixed up in a jiffy.
I'm not gonna walk around barefoot.
Would you like me to carry you?
No, that isn't necessary.
How about this? Take your shoes.
I'm
Come
pretty
by
sure
my
I have
place
Stamina
tonight,
potions on me?
and I'll take care of them. Here's my address.
Got it.
If you had taken
I'll pay you
some,
back.
See you later
dumped them.
tonight.
Tenfold.
Try not to cause any more trouble.
I won't, Siller.
You find a knife in his boot. That is all. You could inquire with guardsmen. You could inquire with the man who was on watch last night and see if he saw these two come through the gate.
Zabson has my knife. Tom?
I'm just being an NPC now.
Did I use my knife to stab into rocks?
I don't fucking know. I don't know why they're asking that. It seems so random.
They think it's the knife that was used to fucking climb down away from the city, but one of the guards is going to go ask if the two individuals were the ones that came in last night.
Alright, if somebody else wants to play the other guard.
I'm just gonna go to the front. It'll take a second to get there. Give them some time to maybe react to it.
Sorry, you need to you need someone to play a guard?
Yes, if you want to spawn on the restaurant and join in incognito.
Yeah,
I need the guard one real quick.
He'll be in it, so you can clone it off of him.
Oh, I just okay.
I was gonna say I can respawn it really quick and give it to you too.
And then when they get to the big group, if they ask if you saw these two men come in the gate last night, you'll kind of squint and think about it for a while and be like, actually, now that you mention it, yeah, I do remember seeing them. They looked like they'd been traveling all night.
I'm in the restaurant.
Do you need the model still silent?
No, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Alright, so he would have gone to get you at the front gate and ask you to come verify something.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Silent, you were on watch last night at the gate.
Okay, you might have to feed me some answers.
So the super TLDR is you were on watch at the gate last night, so he's come to grab you to see if these two men came in last night, because that's the time frame the professors are looking for. When you see them, they are moderately distinctive, especially because of his unusual hair color. So you'll think about it for a moment and then be like, actually, yes, I do remember letting these two in. They came with a couple of farmers, but the farmers said they weren't working for them. They were just traveling together.
Alright, thank you.
Then they may end up like their friend.
And they definitely came in together.
Would any of you like hot?
I'm actually just waiting for that drink that you said you wanted to go get.
Ooh,
You said
have
that you
gold.
needed to
Let me
grab
grab
your
the
bag,
gold.
money.
Yes.
Well, yeah, if they turn themselves in, then it's gonna be no problem at all.
Ah, eerste gehalte. Do you have the record, sir?
Professors, would you like to get the drink
have
now?
the
or
game.
No
would you
records,
have
but you
hot
have watch.
first?
Just hold on a second.
These are the two in question.
Oh.
Did you see these enter the town last night?
Hey, Professor Marion.
Nope.
Would you like to buy a
I've
hot,
got in
sir?
my arm.
We have large, we have smalls, and we have
Wait, I remember
mediums.
you.
And
I
lids.
can't
Going
forget
to
that
clean
it
up the
was
street,
very
are you?
distinct.
No, public
Came
service, right,
in
sir?
last night about
Of course, but
2
We have a
a.m.
special offer on
Good.
large pots
with
today.
like some
Good having
farmers.
TV
Get
influence.
a large pot.
Yeah,
and
really
arm
early.
around
Well,
you.
late last night. I don't know the exact time.
It's
cuddly over there.
usually
Yeah, I came in and showed you.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
that's
it's
kind of
fine,
weird.
friend. How about
Didn't
after
you
all
say
this, I'll
that
just
you
buy
came
you a
in about a
drink,
year
yeah?
ago, John?
And that other one
Yeah.
is the man who was with him,
being
actually, as well.
assaulted.
Well,
Am I assaulting?
Professor, respectfully, I understand what you're doing. I would like it until this man has been proven innocent that you take your hands off him unless he has asked you to.
I was just being friendly. I offered to buy the man a drink.
You might need to repeat that information.
Grab some of these.
You can buy it's better than nothing.
And make your own broom.
Oh.
if I heard it
So
correctly,
thanks,
both.
Well,
As I was saying,
Those
sir,
are
I
insane.
recognize that gentleman.
We all tried.
Came in late last night with a few farmers. He was arguing with that guy about a lucky coin or something.
Blonde and down near the push and sewer. What was that, sir?
And the other.
Yes, sir. I'd do anything to my half measures if I can help it, right?
Now, do you know?
But as things stand now,
I'm going to ask this.
Not that you're aware.
actually, get off your feet for a bit.
Cadet, at least let me come with you so you don't blow him up.
Where are they? I'm gonna find this fucking Bondi. Where the fuck are they? They're finished.
Cadet!
Excuse me, have you seen a blonde man with a broom?
Not recently.
Never mind, I think I found him. Excuse me. One sec.
Great.
There are 7,000 people in the city, so it's a lot to keep track of.
To be fair, sir, there's a lot of people to keep track of the city. I come by him sometimes, but I'm not I don't buy his pottery, sir. It's not my trade.
Fine. I sold one this morning to a woman, a farming woman.
Back maybe,
She was
but I
hoping
can't
to bring grain.
The cadets have caught you in a
I've never
few
seen him work with
lots
anyone.
of it.
Grains of
We
fruit.
made a broom.
Okay then.
Fruit. You may want one
Yeah,
of
would
these.
be of interest to you.
Have you seen any blonde?
Make a run for it.
Coming over here with you guys, I've given up on trying to contain Ryder.
It seems my hip is but I'm not sure.
What the hell was that?
Teach his ass a lesson selling brooms around here, bitch. Where's this fucking guy? Hey, Victor, you seen a blonde guy selling brooms?
How many brooms?
They told me I could make a broom place.
Where are
I have been caught.
If you could please accompany
Well,
Guardsman
this is
Stevens.
pottery. I'm not technically the
He's going to be
master
coming
potter. I'm just his apprentice. But I usually deal
Understood.
with sales. I'm
At
loud.
the very least, even then, you would
The house outskirts of town by the river.
I am certainly sufficient.
Play deposits off.
I can respect that, but I also would like to respect this man. His life is hanging in the balance. Whether or not he will be
Well, the other one. Shady story. Says he's been here for a year. Lane says he's
black hair, and you know, supposedly there's a whole.
I think they're looking around for the broom lady, whoever was playing the broom lady.
But
We need to-
buying black hair is very upon his apprentice.
You want both the broom lady and the other woman she was talking to, or just the broom lady?
Yes.
You think just the broom lady is fine?
Well, we have two guys
Technically,
on the top,
Oh,
but we're not
okay.
100% sure if they're them. So there's just one guy.
I sold you out.
Glad we were able to deal with this quickly.
I don't recognize them at all.
Look at the others.
They might take 5 years.
You can stop.
Yes. Someone else said.
How about we stop this?
What? Stop what?
Used to be, yes, but his son died in the G.M.A crisis.
Right.
I was looking for the person trying to sell the broom. For 5 gold.
Yeah, we have a broom. We made a
there
broom.
anything you would
Sold
like
you
now?
like $2
Gold. Else, but I don't recognize the guy.
Yeah, we're at the end here. So they just need that last confirmation. They should just give it.
How about we share it?
Bear back really quick.
Yes, sir, Professor.
There it is.
Something tells me it's 5 gold for you.
I've gotten to know everybody pretty well, but
Not the people of the town.
If you can stay with me.
Alright, you know what? Fine. I'll let it go.
The one that we was.
Yes, sir.
But
there's a time.
Okay. We're all gonna gather up and fair enough then.
It's not a very wide.
Alright, it looks like they're gathering up to leave if we want to start repopulating the path back, which would mean a couple of orcs at the farm.
We have up the men. We're heading back towards the ship.
Please don't try to run.
Pardon.
He's a ghost? It's
I
not worth it.
judged my option
Hold on.
before I arrived.
Actually wasn't the apprentice. He actually took money from an old lady and sold her a pot that he wasn't allowed to
gold's
sell.
still up there. It's up there in one of the pots. I just have mine on me.
one confessed, the other
Okay. Alright. Just want to make sure. Can I see the bags in
So we
question?
could have a couple people who aren't engaged currently if you want to swap to orcs and go to the farm. And then we'll position some more people near the start later. I'm currently on the farm as an orc, so if you need to clone it off of me. Alright, we have our 3, and anyone else who wants to, you can go back to the dock/start button and just be normal civilians kind of roaming around down by the houses. Just 2 or 3.
Apologies, I'm back. What did I miss?
They're heading back to the boats. If you want to be another civilian down at the dock/start area, because they're heading back down that path.
Understood.
We did the NPC work, baby.
If one of you who's on the path on the way back, like if two of you want to be talking, and as they pass by, conveniently mention that you're supposed to be talking, that apparently you're supposed to be talking with Sister, or not Sister, but Administrator Yashiro later. That'd be useful too. No idea what she wants you for, but.
Oh, also, I dropped earlier about the fucking officers with the IDC badge. To the
ICD,
students.
but yeah.
Yeah.
They figured it
Just
out.
let
Yeah,
you
I
know.
heard them talking about intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we pretty much.
Before I gave you up, there was no chance of us getting out of that.
All right, they're heading back towards the start. They're passing the farms right now. All right, I think they've all passed us.
Allison, what do you do?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I don't know.
Near me calling boat.
Stars.
Oh, by the way, were you calling out my name earlier?
Me? No.
We did it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be stupid enough to use your name.
Someone was calling out my name.
But we forgot to go over names beforehand. I think they were trying to catch you.
Man, I can't believe I'm witnessing this right now.
Smart
So are
like
you
that.
two literally discussing this right now? Right here.
Sorry, Jacob. It was nothing personal.
All right, listen up, you
wanted to
two.
say hi.
Look, if you think about it, you both fucked up. All right, you fucked up bad. You fucked up real good, see? But it's all right, see? All right, we're gonna correct the issue, see?
Ryder, this is
Right.
much more serious than you realize.
Oh, sorry. Y'all fucked up. Something I'm saying.
You never get to buy him a drink. Get the.
Your third.
You never get the buy. I can't speak. You're on the ground too, by the way. Do you need help?
I know. No, I'm good.
Careful of them sinkholes.
Yeah,
We saw
I know,
like two
right?
on the way here.
Yeah,
that guy been there since this morning? I think he's been there just standing.
We're just gathering back towards the docks. I'm not sure if there's still more stragglers in the city.
There are about 10 coming down the path, but they're coming around the bend now. They're just
Okay.
spread out very far. So
Awesome. Do we have the main map in the lobby already?
I don't think so yet, but
Okay.
somebody can open it when we get.
Awesome. Once everyone's here, I'll just tell them all to respawn.
I've never really thought about it.
And we'll probably have morning assembly pretty much as soon as we get back.
Awesome. You just want to tell me when the last of them arrive, and then I'll start instructing them to file on the ship.
Yep. Once they're mostly close, you can all start respawning.
When they get old, sweeping around.
You can tell them to start filing through the door.
Get another broom.
Everyone's
He said,
easy.
"Can it be?"
Where did you leave them?
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Did you want me to go get them?
If you grab
Yes, please. That's out of
put it on
town.
the broken part.
Back on the ship, everyone.
You slide.
I'm sorry.
Teacher, sir.
And make sure.
I told you out.
These guys are shoving. Yeah, you did.
We did it.
I was like,
Caught me in a lie. I couldn't lie. Oh yeah, no, we
It was literally that's the classic. What is it?
Have fun.
That was the classic morning field trip, if you remember grade school, where you go to like that random thing for like half the day, and you're just like, why were we here?
Why were we here? To see how candles are made?
Yeah.
This will come in handy in my years of fucking the top 2000s.
I knew one day vocal mimicry would be used for something stupid.
Hey.
The guy go like, wait, what? While talking to Yori, he's like, why is he calling my name? We agreed on this.
All the students and professors have left.
Hooray! Alright, do you want me to open up the map? I'll open up the map. Request off of me.
You were supposed to hate me. You were supposed to be arguing.
We were? I don't know. I was following your improv, lady. I was just supposed to be drunk.
You said you were supposed to be yelling at me.
He was just supposed to be that belligerent, weird guy that, like, usually girls brush off, but you kind of accepted it. But, like, you know, it's fine.
I didn't even know what was going on. I was just like, what the fuck is happening?
Alright, I'm opening up the lobby. Request off of me, everybody.
Alright, you all can request on stealth. He's getting the map up.
That was fun. I never want to do it again.
That was great.
I never want to have conversations when I'm isolated again. My anxiety spiked.
Oh, I'm so sorry, honey. It'd be like that. I get you. I get you.
He disappeared, and I was like, "Oh no."
Oh no, what am
My
I doing?
talking
Yeah.
My talking buddy.
All right, I'm gonna eat. I'll see you guys in there. Bye.
Good job, everybody. Love y'all. See you in there.
Bye.
Yeah, love you.
Oh, Hypo Train. Thank you so much. Jacob, omitted times. Demon God, Trister, Ramon, Zeddy. Appreciate you guys. We did it. We fucking did it. That NPC will be silenced. You didn't like Nick? Nick got the girl, man. That's pretty upsetting for Chipz. Oh, for his discoveries? You're right.
I just
chill, Field trip.
I'm surprised. I wonder now if someone else was my girl because it told someone else about like, oh, the lucky cat.
You liked his accent. Dude, my jaw was hurting because I had to slam my jaw to the left and then talk out of the side of my mouth. So my jaw, it feels like I've gone down on somebody for a good time. What? What's up?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh,
you hear
shit.
me? My good man?
I got you, bud. What's up?
Hello. Just so you know, I'm coming in as Finn. Just so you're prepared, I might have to do some wristband stuff today.
All right, yeah,
and
just let me know.
call in K. Cool.
I'm around.
Cool out.
Yeah, hopefully not, but
yeah,
we'll see.
hopefully not.
You understand, my friend. It's how I talked when I had Bell's palsy. When I lost half my face. I literally just went to that whole thing. Listen, I'm telling you. But yes, which is basically Little Nicky. Because you lost half of your face. I told you that story when I got Bell's palsy and I was at work. They would just make fun of me and just call me Little Nicky because that's what I looked like and sounded like. Trust me, it like there was no grace period. A normal person would have cracked under that type of ridicule, but me, I thought it was actually kind of funny. I was at that point in my life where I had to accept the fact that I might look like this forever, and if that was the case, then I'd rather laugh at it than take it too seriously. You know what I mean? Da-na, da, da-na-na.
We do. I read it. Gotcha. Okay. I don't think it was.
Is that really ridicule? Not really. I didn't take it as such, nor was it meant to be. But I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people take things poorly. Like for example, like if it was anybody other than me, would you really go up to somebody who just found out that they might be paralyzed on their left side for the rest of their life, potentially, if it doesn't get better? And then would you call them Little Nicky? I mean, probably not. Usually people are tactful and they don't do that. But for whatever reason, when people get to know me, they know I guess I'm trusting. I'm okay to like put down, I guess. I'm one of those okay to put downs because it doesn't really affect me overly. Yeah, you can bully me. Yeah, I'm good. Hello.
Off you went.
Yeah.
Are we gonna start immediately at announcements then?
Yeah, we
And
should
just
probably
send them on their way after that.
I like that idea.
Yeah, just so we can send them on their way after that.
Just
okay,
get
cool.
a good, nice little break.
Congratulations, you did great.
Yeah.
We will deal with little shits.
Little shits.
Yeah, we can start in the 30.
Okay.
So we can start in 10.
Sounds good. Oh, okay. A little break then. Okay.
Sure.
Huh? Well,
no, you said you wanted a break, so.
Oh well, if we're starting at 10 minutes. That gives me like 10-minute break. I mean, that's fine with me. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna start.
So basically,
Chipz,
we're
would it
gonna.
be a good idea to have a guard
Hmm?
on the mana cave to make sure nobody comes in.
I was gonna.
Because if they see that, they're gonna panic.
No, I was gonna explain it during the morning announcements. We're starting right on the morning announcements, so I'll explain that the mana cave was pre-prepped for transmutation thingy-bobbers, and it's actually gonna be open for anybody that's curious on the transmutation process. They can watch, you know. Yeah.
You're gonna let a load of people watch me fail?
Well, yeah, this failure's an option. Yeah, hi, yes.
I
need to ask you a question.
Okay.
If I may.
The amount of
sure.
chaos
Like off to the side.
Yeah, off to the side. Off to the side, 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 off to the side. Oh, the side. Oh, you're done there. Oh, you didn't have flying on. Okay, I see you. Oh, Primes. What's up?
Alright. I'm not going to take too much of your time, and I also fully understand that it's probably going to be a no. But, to preface, Lila has an idea, basically, to fuck around and find out. See if we can uncover, like, what actually happened to Rose. So she already knows how to induce visions with the darkness, right? So she's going to try to enlist Izanami to do so.
To do what?
By some manner of... We're going to try to... I will let you know if it happens. She might be talked out of it. But we might be using Lila and Izzy to induce a vision with the portrait and or possibly even some DNA from Finn to see if we can figure out what actually happened to Rose. I know it's a long shot, but that's the idea.
To whom? Who are you doing this to? I guess.
Huh?
Well,
we're not doing it to anyone.
You're inducing a vision. What does that mean?
Yes. So Lila knows, she thinks she knows how to induce visions by like giving
Mhm.
her blood to anything darkness related or an artifact or something of that nature. Izzy has a ring, right, full of, you know, fucked shit. So she's going to talk to Izanami and see if they can come up with a plan to see if they can induce something that will show them what happened to Rose.
You're trying to do like a divination type, scry type thing. Okay.
I guess.
Well, because you're trying to
As
pull.
far as Lila knows,
well,
she's
you're
just
trying
to.
You're pulling from
yeah.
a memory, or well, because you're not really pulling from a memory. You're
I guess
pulling
that's
from
it.
a photo.
But Lila doesn't know. Really, she doesn't know that. So.
Yeah. Well, this is really complicated magic that you're attempting to pull off without too much practice on your own. I mean, you can attempt
Yes.
it. It's definitely in the realm of, I guess, possible. But you're not
Like I said,
gonna.
she might be talked out of it. I just
Yeah.
wanted to give you a heads up that it might be attempted.
Well, if you attempted it, that's fine. You guys can always attempt magic spells. That's really what this is for.
Yeah.
Whether it works, though, it's a really complicated spell.
Yeah,
you
that's
have
understandable.
do have easier routes though if you're trying to induce visions, but if this is the route you pick, I'm not going to give you the answers. So if this is the route you pick, it'll be harder for you.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
like I said, she's still gonna talk to Izzy about it and
Yep.
see if they come up with any sort of better plan or if they just abandon it altogether. So.
Sure.
But I wanted to at least give you a gist of the heads up. So.
Okay. Yeah. Just I guess let
That's
us
it.
know, and then the DMs will react, and we'll do our thing.
Heck yeah. I will
Heck
do
yeah.
that.
Cool.
We might also just walk up into Finn's office and smack him in the face. I don't know.
That's always an option. He deserves good smacking sometimes. I approve.
What does your teacher teach?
A lot of things, but mainly he's the general magic teacher. Literally, like anything magic you want to
They're
know.
all general magic.
No, they're really not. If you
I went around and asked every single one of them, and they're like, I just teach general magic.
no, that's not what they do. We literally have a list of everything that you do. Like, so for a fire seeker, he's our alchemist teacher, right? Here, I'd have to go through all of them. He's in charge of
transformation teaching.
well, I'm doing it. Okay, well, I'm announcing it today. I'll be doing a transmutation thing today. That if people are interested in transmutation processes, we are doing a transmutation thingy, Barbara. I'm announcing that in those. So those that wanted to watch.
Does that count as transforming?
It's transmutation. It's in the school of transforming, but transforming is different. I mean, yeah, it's under transmutation.
Okay.
Yes. Transforming is transmutation.
I'm just trying to find the right teacher to approach, because I see all these other people with like deep connections to teachers, and I feel like I don't even fucking know them. So I'm trying to find one that can help me with my fox form.
Fox form transmutation.
like
So, well, okay.
I don't
So
know.
K is basic. Okay, the base way to look at it is K is your, what is it? Guidance counselor, magic teacher. So he will start you off like a guidance counselor would, give you the starting steps, and then he will put you onto a specialist, and that's literally his job. So like, he would start you with your teaching, and then when you get to the point where he can't teach you anymore and you need a master, he reaches out to somebody and they pull him into the school. That's literally how it works. So go to K.
Okay.
Just go to K.
Okay.
But yeah. But I don't. So fox form, though your fox form is, talk to K. He'll tell you everything you need to know, because you're a little different bag since you are
spirit shit.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. But he can walk you through it pretty easily. So, yep. Do it up, unless you don't like K. In which case, then don't go to K. But I would.
I don't even know any of the teachers. I barely know any of them.
Well, right. So then just say, I heard you were the guy, because he has done this for multiple people, so. Yepers. Okay.
I'm gonna go pee now.
Go do that.
When you're in a party and you hit all your party members plus the enemies.
Ow. Alright, I'm gonna put myself down for a second because I want to take a quick break, but I don't think I'm gonna have enough time. I'm just gonna go to the restroom real quick as fast as I can. I don't think I'm gonna have time. My break is over.
Hey, Silent?
Yes, darling. Yes,
Should I be
darling. What's up?
informed of what's happening with Albrecht today or something if he gets in? Should I know
There's
about
a
that?
thing that's happening with Albrechts. Talk to Chipz. Talk to Chipz, because I don't know if there's something happening with Albrecht today. If it is, it's news to me. Oh, he's just AFK'd.
I was gonna say, I know what I'm dealing with. I was like, I have thing with him, but that's because I set it up.
I spoke with Hellwood.
Okay, then they'll have to figure out. Go talk to them, because I don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
Yeah, okay.
We already kind of have our stuff.
Some people
The log on the balcony that goes to your room.
We'll see how long I last.
Wipe that sweat off. To the swirl this. But when you
I didn't sleep last night because I was sick all night. Stomach lines, having to get up. And I woke up like 30 minutes before I was supposed to get up.
That's why 3090 is literally sitting right there. I'm just waiting for my other parts to come in.
Yeah, right.
I want to get a 3090, but also
Make sure
I don't want to
you're
bet
rolling
my
it.
base either. Can I just become obsolete?
I had something I wrote out and talked to the headmistress, but I don't know. I might just submit that as a liability character instead of actually doing it.
I mean, my guess is not doing it, but I'm being hyperbolic.
Say yes or no. Because at night during like for the meeting address that wanted to give for the AA people because Ashley's in charge of the girls, I was in charge of the boys, and we were collecting it like mailing address like from the well, it's just like giving it or you will not like insane or anything for that. Okay.
If wages your worries, I've seen multiple like contact each other like go past the differences between heavily used mining cards and literally still in the package like old cards, and there's like almost no difference. But the lifespan of a graphics card is much longer than a criminal lifespan.
I'll be on comms. Levis, you want to play more word games? I miss you. Please write soon. Lennox Monomile.
Big balls, we write one word along the paper and then we send it over.
Wait, the problem is one of us is only gonna have half the words ever.
Yeah, you gotta remember every time.
And then one day we meet up and we form the sentence.
I know that. Okay. Professor. Okay. I don't mind.
1, 3,
all you write is
5, 7,
the date or like the page number.
11, 13, 15.
I had nice time just relaxing, not doing anything.
We'll see. Ecstatic.
I'm getting more information. And the thing is, like, I keep screwing around, and more people from like G.M.A. and A keep screwing around when I was like, this is more obvious about it, or can I have a conversation? I like taking your streams and I'm loving it because yeah, but they gave us a confirmation of like the farm, or when I took the farm, and they were like, I have like a base, like a and it was like, oh yeah, this, but then I just walk away, and it's like, oh yeah, no, like the pallet.
Burger being put that is.
The last thing you want is your Burger King foot burger. Somebody else's lettuce.
Somebody else's lettuce.
Correctly was like all affected by exactly what you get.
Okay. We should probably start. Yo. To be ready to go?
Yeah, they were just waiting on you and somebody else, I think. I must. Two of my people need me.
Basically, I just want to point and shoot out of the
I'm so slow.
Okay. I think we good. We good?
Alright, so.
Yeah.
Come here, darling.
Uh-huh.
So, you might have to talk. You might have to talk to Howl.
Okay.
Apparently, there's some stuff that might be happening, and you should probably know about it. I don't know about it, but Howl apparently knows about it, so I don't know if you guys want to meet up and talk real quick.
Is it the Lila
Howl's
thing?
using the restroom, so...
Yeah. If it's a Lila thing,
It's apparently the Albrecht and Zabson thing.
Okay, something new. I'll wait for him then. Alright. Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but whatever it is. Yeah, just so you're in, because you might have to be in comms to... We might have to escalate things, which is fine, but, yeah, no. Terrifying, but it is what it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Hal will be here in a minute. He just had to use the restroom. What we're gonna do, yeah, we'll just start up assembly here in a minute once Hal gets back. I can set them up. I'll set them up to go to assembly. I'll talk to them.
How do we?
I can do assembly, and you and Hal can sit and talk about whatever the fuck's happening in the back if you want me to send them off.
Yeah.
I'll probably sit in
And
too,
do
because
basic
depending on how
assembly.
things escalate.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's probably the best way to go.
I'm
So
not
then,
gonna say anything, but yeah.
All right, I'll send them up. Let me pull them up.
I don't know if I should. I won't say anything until I hear what they're gonna do, because then.
yeah, just don't idle speculate. We have 1,000 contingencies within contingencies. I'm not really worried, to be honest. So,
so
like
much shit.
we're already going down a path. I pretty much know where we're going.
Yeah.
At this point.
I'm not worried. It's just a matter of which thing do we do if it does do something.
No. Yeah.
Which one of the 27 contingencies we're executing Order 78?
Did everyone else not hear the fucking bell? I swear to God, I'm gonna.
Bell! Bell rang! Bell rang! Bell rang! Bell.
There we go.
The hell is that? It's like.
Ding, ding, ding. Okay. All right. So we're going to be returning, and basically immediately everyone's going to be assembled to the Great Hall. So we're just going to assemble into Great Hall for morning announcements, so we can get the kind of morning setup already. How are we handling the people, the people in jail? Are they going to be in jail, or are they just going to?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
cool.
So for that, I'm gonna be a minute, so I'm not gonna be able to start immediately with you guys, but I will be K right after. We'll just have the announcements, guards. We can have maybe a scene in my office when I get in, and then we can. Teachers will probably want you there too, lieutenant as well. The ones that were involved, all the higher ups that were involved. We can have that little conversation to do that immediately after. And then as for the Misty thing, since I won't be there for the announcements, if you could do so, announce that I will be... Actually, I'll tell you that separately. We're doing that.
Yeah, I'll send her.
Come to my boat after the announcements, all the Misty parties. Okay?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, everyone to the Great Hall. We're starting at I'll ring the bell and we'll start in character. Okay, guys? So go ahead to the Great Hall. You can drop in the ferry mail button. You can press the ferry mail button. You'll go there immediately.
Okay.
Okay, so to be clear.
Hold on, I gotta talk to her real quick.
You want...
Yes, I will want you. But...
You don't have to. You don't have to. You can.
Yeah, 1 second. I need to get this one prioritized.
One second. You have not gotten your package yet. The answers will be
Maybe.
answered, I promise.
Silent, I need to talk
sorry,
to you.
but there's really reasons for it, I promise
1 second.
you. There's an RP reason you'll find out soon.
Wait, I need to talk to the busy woman here. Silent! Silent! Me. When you make the announcement, Kay is doing the transmutation thing with Misty and Nisha. Anybody who's curious about wanting to learn some of the processes, they're welcome to go...
This is not the time for
look and whatever, but not get too much
In awe and joy.
Yeah.
But they can't get involved. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. Awesome. Next.
Yes.
All right, me. I'll get to you last. What's up?
To confirm, so thing with Misty first, and then the thing with the guards, correct?
For now, you guys are going to be in there, so I guess, you guys will be fine with the, you guys will be with the professors.
Depends on how long you guys are going to be with the guards. I don't know. We have a lot of things moving right now.
I mean, you said you wanted to talk to the guards.
Yes, but I'm going to get all you guys. So let's get them all together. I don't want to do this twice. So... They there? Okay. Okay. Well, wait. You're with that group. I'll talk to that group in a second. Okay, you.
someone to escort these guys to
No,
prisons.
do I know about the
wherever.
guards?
Can
I join?
I'm not exactly sure.
Do you know about the guards?
Or
Do you
is that
join?
kept out?
Oh,
Yeah,
do you
the
know about
guards
them going
missing and things
AWOL?
like that, and
Oh.
and assembling of all the professors
Well,
and
we did send the professors. It would have been hard to. Okay, but you were a teacher. You would have been on campus. Would we have told you?
Talk with them then. I'm gonna go. Okay.
We probably didn't go out of our way to tell you, but it's not like it was a secret on what was going on there, so you could have probably figured it out. I'm gonna say that you probably know, because we sent teachers and students off campus to Concordia, so you would have probably inquired, and we were handling an issue
Probably
with
heard
guards.
word from my own
Yeah.
guard in front of my door or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing. With
Seymour's
that,
loud as fuck. You heard him leaving.
with that, you will be given, if you do have that information, you do have the power for leverage with that. But be careful how you use it, because they will really hate you if you be like, well, if I throw them under the guards, because you can escalate this.
Well, I mean, yeah, this is not a...
Does that make sense? Yeah, yeah.
That's not, yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay, cool. Yeah, cool.
Alright, cool.
Nighty. They're last. Okay.
Com said you needed me, and
Yeah, so
Yep.
Zabson and what? Albrecht thing? Something? What?
Zab and Bruns may try something tonight with Kaz. I just told Kaz just keep us updated what happens, and we'll react to it. How?
Before our meeting? Okay.
No.
Possibly.
Brunswick needs to get here first.
What?
Yeah,
Well, no,
so it
no, I
may
meant
happen later
the.
tonight, depending.
Yeah, that's okay.
Not right now.
I feel like
it'll
that's
happen in like an hour.
preemptive.
If Brad shows up.
But okay.
I do believe he
think
should
we
be.
should get away from players if we're gonna talk. Well, actually, yeah. What's the plan?
Okay. It's just a piece. Okay, so Cassidy's gonna try to get Finn to have a talk in his room, in Finn's office. Bruns and I are going to be invisible, following. At some point before there will be tea. That tea will be drugged. There will also be tea that isn't drugged to swap out. The goal is to have me analyze Finn's wand.
The beautiful guard magic, right?
Which is why I wanted the Identify scroll and to do some research type stuff.
Let me show you with the guard magic real quick. Right, just stand right there, Faye.
That makes sense?
Unfortunately, just so you two are aware, he didn't get a scroll because there aren't really any.
Was this all plotted in
there's not really
RP or
magic
is this
shops.
outside of RP?
Yes.
Because
Saturday night.
because I was watching all you guys and I did not see this at all. Okay.
It was like very end Saturday.
Okay.
We'll see if it happens. We'll react accordingly. Just keep us in the know. I'll make sure to tell one of you guys, probably because he's probably the most immediately
shit,
available,
man.
that we're going to start if.
I'll speak in vague terms, but thankfully this doesn't sound like it'll escalate to Plan Zero. So.
Okay.
Say that again. It's likely to what?
See what happens.
I said it doesn't sound likely to escalate to Plan Zero.
Well, I don't.
But,
what's the drug thing?
Speaking
though?
vaguely.
To get him to fall asleep. So
you're. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, Brunswick and I will be in his office, invisible, and then there's going to be drugged tea.
Best not to tell me anymore because I'm just trust. Don't tell me anymore. All right, guards.
Okay.
Let's. They're gonna get in so much trouble. Like I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to figure that out and fix everything. All right. Let's handle you now. I think. Wait, no, we don't have any of the teachers. We don't have the teachers, do we?
Yeah, we're here to escort.
I am at a bad time crunch. I don't know how to manage my time right now. I got 2 things now booked. I gotta get this done, and I gotta get the Misty thing done, and they're right at the same time. So I need help. I need another administration person.
Yeah, like you don't need to do the guard scene immediately.
Okay,
Yeah,
if we can wait till after Misty.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to just. Because then if I do it now, it's just gonna go. you know, and then I'm just shoving you guys out the door.
Misty's an RP
It
now.
makes more sense,
I would
probably.
say.
It makes more sense for you to throw
I would say do guards first,
Hmm?
because we don't want you guys in the dungeon.
Yeah, there's
you know,
that.
for,
Well, they don't
for-
need to be there
Stay.
forever,
Well, what I'm
too.
saying is they don't have to stay. They can just like respawn, do something else.
Yeah.
Right.
They are in the
Yeah.
dungeon, then pull them out when you need.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so we'll just
Okay,
go
that
into
sounds
normal
good.
guards now for the time being until you need
Okay.
us.
Okay. Well, if you guys are
Just
okay
keep
with
it
that,
moving.
I feel bad, but I don't
So,
want to rush your
I would
scene
suggest-
either.
Yeah. Well, do you want?
Uh,
do
if
we
you
want to just
two-
walk them in there and then throw them in the dungeon, or do we want to just say they're in the dungeon?
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Walk you
Well,
guys
they
will
already
stay and
started the
just
hall,
watch them.
so we'll just say that. Well, they started in the hall, so it's not like we're arriving and going in. So we're just saying they're in the dungeon.
Well, you can
Get on with dealing with
transport them.
players, We're NPCs, we can come in and do shit
Yeah, we
later
can
when you need us.
transport,
That's fine. It's up to you guys. Whatever you want to do on that.
Swapping up your weapons and voices, but should be good.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I have plans to swap. That's fair.
Okay, I will get
Actually, this is the Scottish dude
placed for
that
Misty
left.
things.
Okay.
I'll just follow you around, stealth, and
I'll be with you
yeah.
guys.
Yeah, hopefully they go to the
Where do you want to start?
my
What's
place.
the plan?
I think they're at
Are
assembly
we
right
taking
now.
them in?
Yeah, yeah, they should be.
They're probably
Are we
just
taking
on,
they're already in the dungeons?
Actually, Howl and Conf to me real quick.
I mean,
I'll see you too. It's just invis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so it's adding up what they're trying to do, but this I don't remember any of this. Like, this wasn't even in our initial planning. So what it sounds like is they're going to attempt to look at the wand, analyze it, and then Lila's going to be doing something
Yeah,
with
they've been-
Izzy, which is they're going to try to do some darkness spell. I don't even know how or what.
Potentially.
But
Yeah,
that's
but the Izzy, Lila, and Zabson and Bruns both are potential things that could happen tonight. If things do spiral.
well, it shouldn't, as
there
long as they
is-
don't kill anybody. But I just want to make sure that the information that they're getting isn't going to lead to disaster, because they're going to take whatever is said as a DM to heart, and not, you know what I mean? So we have to be careful with what we say. So if they do analyze the wand, we have to be very specific. We haven't been hiding what it is, but it is one of those things. I should probably, you guys know what the wand is made of, right? And all that? You guys are aware?
It is. Yes.
I know what it is. I don't know the what it's made up of.
Yeah, okay.
Like
I don't know
specifically.
its components, but I know it is a.
Yeah, but it's not, it's not like, it's not darkness, you know what I mean? But it's a twisted weapon. It's a taboo. It was made from taboo
He
stuff.
acquired it by great sacrifice.
Great sacrifice, yes. Yes, it's a very taboo spell that he used, right.
And it's obviously dark. Very
Yeah.
dark.
Yeah. But
Okay.
but
We'll
we
keep
know
things
that they're
very vague
Yeah, they're looking for
the
you
wand
to
if
say
they do.
darkness. So just be careful of that word specifically.
Don't
It's-
say
just-
it actually is darkness.
Yeah.
And of course,
Okay.
All right, cool. That's
As for Izzy and Lila, I have no
Mhm.
idea what they're gonna do. So I
Yeah,
guess
from what it sounds like it
we'll
wouldn't
see.
work, because what they're trying to do is very complicated in nature, and it's I'm not familiar with them having these type of powers before, being to reanimate it like a past memory or a visage just to gather like they're basically talking about grabbing a soul and through blood and then like talking to it, which we can't do that.
That doesn't work.
Yeah. Another,
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
not on their sheet.
Yeah. So we gotta just be careful with
That's
that.
not how, yeah, that's not how anything works.
Yeah.
So
But there
thankfully,
also could be
worst
something else
case
that I'm not
scenario-
understanding. But like, either way, it's probably
I'll
not
keep-
gonna happen. I mean, what they could do is they could, bring up an illusion of the girl and then get somebody to talk about it, that makes sense. But I don't know about, not for realsies. Okay,
It would be very difficult to create an illusion without the face on the picture, so.
Okay. All right. I think we just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Talked it through. I should probably get in as K, and the
I think we're good, yep.
students should be
Absolute
heading.
worst case scenario, we just fall back to the original plan.
And we got
before
bubble.
we adjusted it last meeting.
Sure.
So.
Yep, I got the bubble.
We got the bubble.
And if I need to just whisk you both away
Mm-hmm.
into a cliffhanger for next episode, I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could happen. All right, let's do it.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, contingency is the old write-up cliffhanger.
All right, let's get this Mrs. Dove.
You get super fucking vague terms.
All right, I'm going to Ironclad.
Let's go towards knock on the door. Oh.
Yeah, of course.
Hello.
Professor K.
Apologies.
Are you here for the festivities? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here to be yes, sir.
Mentally, physically prepared?
Yeah.
All right. Well, before we start, I'd like to explain a little bit more what we're doing. So if you would follow me, please.
So, sir, I've never been a part of whatever this is. Since you're explaining it, I'm guessing it's nothing crazy, is it?
It shouldn't be. But that all depends on your mental fortitude, I guess.
Okay.
You guys got this! Woo!
I will get you, cadet.
Professor, they said that some people can go on what? May I,
Yes, the manager. Just follow, but don't fully follow, if you get me.
First, we're going to make a stop to the classroom. There they have the tools that I can explain further what we're doing. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to pick up the pace, just submit. Good afternoon.
Professor, do you want me to pick up the slide for you and maybe set up there?
What was that?
Do you wish me to pick up the supplies for you? We can set them wherever you need to, sir.
Oh, well, first we're doing a little bit of an explanation of what's happening and transpiring. They need to be prepared to know the full process. Plus, it'll be a learning experience for all of you. I'm assuming you're all here because you're interested in a little bit of transmutation. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Professor?
Sir.
Right around this way.
Cool, I got it, thanks. Okay.
Put my notes around here
Well, I guess we
somewhere.
sit somewhere.
There it is.
I'm gonna stick with you, buddy.
Right. Perfect. Transmutation. Well, this isn't going to be an easy operation. In fact, this is rather complicated. But we have had plenty of time, thanks to Nisha's hard work and all of your lab tests. We have prepared a very, very decent approach to this spell. We've broken it up into 4 parts, 4 threads. Alright? Each one will be denoted by its base element. I've pre-inscribed these tablets for ease of use. What we'll be doing is be putting them into certain sequences to create certain spell structures. So, as I said, we will have 4 threads. I swear I have good handwriting. 4 threads. Right. The first one, with the base element of air. For this thread, we will be establishing a connection between the participants. Well, its basis obviously is simple. As we are connecting Ryder and Misty together, we will be using this thread to make sure that their blood has a higher chance of working together. Now, I don't want to bore you with the full thread, as Nisha will be doing it as we go on the fly, and adjustments will need to be made, but I won't write them here, but normally it is air, earth, water, fire, and then our last one for this first one is transmutation. Now, I'm calling them by their base elements in Schools of Magic, just for ease of use. As I said, these are transcribed rune tablets, so the actual details can be actually read on the back of them, if you're curious. They will do what they're
Chipz.
programmed to do, but outside of that, moving on. The second one will be of water. I know you're probably confused. Why are we using water when she is, well, as she is? Well, water isn't necessarily harmful now, is it, to you, if it's boiling? Exactly. Water is very, very easy for actually creating that blood flow. Now, the first one was the connection. This will create the flow. Water, immediately after fire, to make sure it is hot enough so as not to have any negative effects for her. Earth, for the mass, a little bit of dark because we are dealing with a darker type being, and lightning to get a jump start. Again, I am definitely brushing over the fine details, but we can go over that later. Our third thread, we will be using fire. Well, obviously, we'll be using fire. She is the basis of fire, after all. With this one, this is for compatibility. This thread will increase the chance for the host body from rejecting the sample that we are trying to apply. So, fire, water is additive. I know, it is the baseline of everything. Dark earth and a little bit of light. Now you're probably asking yourself, these are a lot of elements. And yes, no, these are not all my affinities. But as I explained in my magic class, you're not restricted to certain types of magic, especially when I'm using them in fine threading. Fine threading, you just need to know the basics. Our final will be our transmutation. Well, this one is for the final step, using the claws and material cost and rebuilding. Well, using the defined methods in our previous threads. This will be our last step, and hopefully if all goes well and there are no issues as we were threading along, it'll go pretty snappy. However, as we set up these threads, accidents do happen. You should probably know what to expect with this procedure. 1. You should know your life is not in danger. It's just a transmutation, and as long as you aren't sick or there's no sort of unforeseen complication with your makeup, then all should be fine. Very well. So, good news is you won't die. Congratulations. Worst that could happen, though, is we lose the hand, the material, and, well, Ryder will be very weak from the draw blood. And we have no hand to fix you with. In fact, we will probably... some of the nerves will be a little bit more inflamed than usual, and you'll have a harder time finding any other sort of replacement. So, if you're okay with those terms... Very well. That's the first thing you need to be aware of. Right. Not too bad. Second. Ryder, have you eaten today?
I usually eat a cheesy bacon every morning.
Right. Make sure you grab a snack before we head over. Can't have low blood sugar.
Right.
Very well.
Yes, sir.
This isn't too in-depth on the medical side. What we will be doing is inducing you into a trance in a runic circle. Now we do have a table where you will be laying down, and at this point, fortitude of mind. Understand that it's very important that as we send these threads to you, they are being sent to your body and mind. You must accept them. If you will it, your mind, hopefully your body will follow and accept the process. So, that's really all I have to say on this. Do you have any questions for me? The rest is good luck.
Sounds like a plan. I'm ready.
Very well. I don't want to bore you with any more details, as I will probably go a little bit more long-winded on this. But I have prepared, along with Nisha, the rune crafting area. We had to procure a special system for this. Luckily our allies there with G.M.A. and the ARC program, along with some of their merchants, we were able to get some decent tools. We have a table here, which she will be handling the threading, while I will be making the on-the-call adjustment to those threads as you proceed through the procedure. I have a base plan, but things might change. Hopefully things go well. All right. Let's get going, shall we? Follow me.
Okay.
I meant it, Ryder. Get some food.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And got turned around a little bit. The entranceway is around the other bend.
Yes. We'll have the spectators here then. If any do.
I think we could probably fit them. We don't have too many.
Does. Oh, there he is.
Holy shit.
Very well. The atmosphere will be a little warm as we go in. This rune circle was prepared specifically to create an environment that would adhere for your body makeup. Now, please follow me in. It'll get cooler when we get inside the inner bubble. So, everyone, let's hurry up now, shall we?
Stay here, kiddo.
So should I be outside the inner bubble or in it?
Inside the bubble, please. We have some
Yes, sir.
room around the sides and in the back. Though we need most of this space here for us to work.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Alright, everybody, inside, please. Inside. There.
Including the people that are watching, or?
Yes, everyone in here.
Cadet.
Everyone
Unless
in
you
here.
want to burn out there. Come on.
It's very hot out there. Nice and cool in here.
It's toasty.
There we go. Perfect. Alright, you two. This is how it's going to work. We are going to place you inside this big room circle. And we are going to start establishing the connection. As well as start the flow of blood. And this is what will happen. Come with me and I'll explain a little bit further. You guys stay here. Whoa. You got to ship me. I'm just trying to get this over with. Come on, man. Ah. Yeah, I felt that model change. For sure. I felt it so hard. And gots to feel good. Yeah. Let me in, baby. I just want a quick join. A quick join. Ariana always has it. Yeah. Get that quick join. Yeah. At least this happened now and not in the middle of it, right? Poor Nisha would be fucking panicking. What do I do? The threads are failing! Come on, my friend. I'm gonna just spawn right on them, just for the sake of getting this done. They'll probably appreciate it. Let's go. There she is.
No, not yet. Later.
All right.
Refrain from doing it.
Anyways,
Welcome back. Anyways, back to the.
as I was saying. Actually, I don't remember what I was saying. I was saying something very important, though.
You were saying something
about the connection, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna explain the secrets.
The
of
connections.
this.
Yes, this is where we explain you two. Right. You will enter a state, and we will start the thread. When that thread is connected, and the starting process, you two will have some sort of, how do I say this, mental interpretation. It's a sort of way of letting the mind help itself cope with what's actually happening with reality around it. So, we're going to use that to our advantage. Hope you aren't afraid of a little getting roughed up. In your mind, of course.
I got dragged into a lava pit by a big, massive monster. I think I should.
Well, then you drag him back. Now, you hear me?
I definitely will. Yes.
Put him right there in that hand.
Fuck yeah.
Well, luckily, I have experience with something like this, so I'm good.
Very well. Follow me. We'll get you set up over here. Prepare yourselves.
Okay.
Please sit.
Assuming they're color
Oh, right.
Yes,
Relax. Rather.
Sits where you fit.
Okay. Relax.
Fine, as long as you're relaxed. Very well. Calm your mind. Close your eyes.
The fire was a combination, though, of dark and lightning.
And will this to succeed. It's through your willingness to battle through these trials that she has the opportunity to have use of this hand. Your job is just as much important as hers.
I have faith in this. Yeah.
I have faith in you both. As I start the thread, look out for what we send you. And good luck.
Make it till you make it, yes, Professor?
Very well. Let's start with connecting the stream and establishing connection to the first thread. Right. Nisha. First rune. Air.
What?
Perfect. Now they should start. Let's take the start. Very well. The process has started. This is in their hands now. Alright, Nisha. For our second. Earth.
The spell takes effect. You two begin to nod off into a trance-like state.
Alright.
Your body's still
Prepare the
here,
next tablet.
but your mind elsewhere.
Which is
Ethereal
Water.
in nature. You look around, you look at your bodies. But you can move. You can fight.
Next rune. Fire. Alright, and we're finishing the first thread. Transmutation. Maddie's. It's thrumming with magic power. You did it well. Seems the connection is strong. Right. I need you to ready the next batch. If you would clear off the table.
Now I see one.
Very well. Get ready for the next. This is for the blood transfusion port. We need to start the flow. Start with water. Next rune. Fire.
I just need to stay.
Next rune. Earth. Oh no. Something happened.
Professor?
Did I... Let me check my notes. We made an issue. Okay. Nisha.
Yes.
This is for flowing blood. Right. We boiled the water. Then we did mass. Dark. This has to be the issue.
Right.
Though...
Do you think we should change it to then?
It could be dark. Or it could be light.
Would it be better if we chose darkness?
I'll trust you.
Maybe.
Go. Put it in.
Yes.
It's clear? Perfect. Well then, we're flying on Earth. Well, we're kind of out of the realm of what our notes say. Earth! This last one. We had on lightning, but these two were flopped. Boiling water. We have the darkness.
If it's passing on blood, then would it be wind? Maybe.
For the pressure.
Lower wind.
Yes, bring it in.
The pressure.
Well done. God, I hope they're accepting these threads. Alright, ready the next thread. Fire!
Right. Here, sir. Yes, sir. Put it in.
Water! There seems to be a little bit of we need to go faster. Water! Dark! Earth! Light! Hitting it now!
Yes, I don't.
This is for compatibility. Please work. Very well, we have compatibility established. Perfect. Reset. Next thread.
This is for the final step, transmutation. Oh, shit.
Professor?
Well, we've changed the first 2 threads. This is completely different. Well, our first notes say transmutation, fire, earth, dark, and air.
Oh, fire then. What? In the place of transmutation, sir?
No. Transmutation needs to be the root. Put it back on.
It's
Fire or
because
dark?
She's transmuting herself, right?
I'm
She's
inclined to
base trait
agree.
Fire.
Try it. Next we had earth, dark, and air, but I'm unsure about the earth placement. Every time we've done this sequence, we've had to flip-flop both of those.
So, it's those 3 for sure. If that's the case. No, we need the lightning to jumpstart it, right, Professor?
Yes.
Is that gonna be the last one?
Yes, we do.
So that one could be the last one. We definitely need dark, because that's also part of what her affinities are. So we just need something... That's the catalyst. That's combining, those 2 are combining what she is. What else do we need?
Well, we have the first 2, right? You have the last slot ready. We need mass.
Earth for...
Mass.
Growth, perhaps?
Yes, we need earth for sure.
So, darkness, earth, and lightning.
Right, gotta put those 2 in.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Very well. Let's pray we're right.
Come, Missy. Got this.
Transmutate. Well, it's working. It's up to them to accept it, though.
Don't take your eyes off of it. You've got to do something with it. Look out!
And she's fighting it. Can they hear us, ma'am? Sir?
I think so. They should. You can try.
She needs to accept it, doesn't she? That.
She does.
Shit. Damn it. Misty! Damn it, they're too far away. Ryder! Ryder, Misty needs to accept it, not fight it!
I'm not sure if they can hear.
We're gonna try. Ryder! Ryder, Misty needs to accept it, not fight it!
Oi, Ryder!
She needs to accept it, not fight it!
I can hear them from the outside. They're saying something about accepting it. Do something.
Alright, you know what? Okay, it's okay. Shh, relax. You're fine. You're good. We're good. We're okay. You're fine. Okay, relax. It's okay. It's okay. Alright, put the weapon down. Put the weapon down. Just drop the weapon.
Right. I get it. Quick. Join with me.
That was a move. I love that move though. Do we just can I pet it? Can I have it as a pet?
It's the kinship of fire. That's what we need to do. It makes sense.
It's okay. There you go.
All right.
You're fine. Oh, please don't bite my hand again. I need that.
Might be Peacefully, brethren. May we be bound by fire alone. Look, Misty needs you. And I need this to work. My flames.
Yes.
I need you to accept my burning passion. May you be one with us.
We're doing it. Succeeding. Fuck yeah. This is so bad. Please don't need my hand again. I need that.
Hey!
Okay.
Get out of it! Okay, buddy. All right, good to know. Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
Well, I think it worked. Well, all right. Now, listen to me. Misty and you need to connect with each other. You need to be able to accept one another. I need her to be saved. Can you do it? Good.
I don't think we can get out. I don't know how to read.
Just do what you can. I'm out of energy just fighting that thing.
Well, I guess I'm relaxed, chill.
I don't know, say something epic or something. I don't know, like cheesy bacons. Cheesy bacons are epic.
Kind of destroyed my hand, but you know what? You're not that bad when you're actually not trying to murder us in.
Alright, now you're just talking to it like it's a criminal.
I want to keep him. He's like a big monster friend.
Alright, look, if you want to keep him so bad, so that way we can get back to our friends, then reason and become one with each other. Look, I've had these many struggles before. Most other people looking outside don't understand. They'll never understand the pain and the depth that we feel. Being connected within your inner self is the most strength you could have. That's why it's so important to maintain yourself and not take anguish towards the others. I've learned that since being here at this academy. If this thing is a part of your angushness, then you'll need to reason with yourself. After all, as they say, the greatest battles are against yourself.
How do I do this? I'm not very great with socializing. Do I just like pet it? Do I say you're doing great? Like how to? Accepting the creature itself. I really don't know how to go with this. Do I leave? Do I stay? Do I pet this? Do I stay in
What do
this
you mean
world
you
for
don't
years?
know? Just try reasoning with it. I don't know, just talk to it.
Well, okay, alright, okay, I got this, okay, alright. Me, get back onto tiny level.
Man, goodness, we're gonna have to work on your social skills after this.
I'm not very social, okay? Do you see me going up to something like
I love this. I don't know why. This is amazing.
And trust me when I say, I wasn't good at social skills neither when I first started out here. So it's fine. Just say you want to connect or something. I don't know. Say it in your way.
Alright, I
Just take his hand.
literally said I want to marry you. I didn't have anything else. I already Ow, okay, alright, fine. Okay, alright. I wish to create a bond with you to help me protect my squad and my teammates. But I can't do it with and my friends and my family and my future and my kids and anyone.
What in the bitch?
Even that smoothie guy that's across the road in hell.
Smoothie
guy? Smoothie hell. Sorry. I really am bad with social media. That is great. That is great.
Thank goodness the others aren't looking within our brains right now.
They probably are and saying, what the fuck are we doing with our entire existence?
Jeez.
Okay, yes, I would like to create a bond so I can fight to protect my friends, but you took my hand away and I need my hand back. Well,
Now, don't fight what's going on. Instead, focus. Connect with one another through mental. Accept each other.
Now go have. Do it. Yeah.
Okay, I've accepted. I think I'm still stuck in this world.
Well, since we're in our mental projection,
Please don't
technically speaking,
yourself a cheesy bacon. I fucking swear to fuck, you're in my head, I swear.
What?
I don't want your fucking greasy burger in my brain. Thank
Did
you very
Hal
much.
die?
Look,
He died.
that wasn't
Shit.
the idea in the first place. Besides, that would be a great idea, but we need to get back to our friends now.
Alright. Start clearing off the table there.
Also, there's something going on.
As a result, right, it doesn't leave any of that cake that he ate on Mrs. mind.
Something's happening. I think it's working.
The large behemoth salamander that wounded you so many weeks ago melts into a pool of molten lava, leaving a pool beneath it. It glows with yellows, oranges, reds. And it waits.
You swear to fuck, you're in my head, I swear. I don't want your fucking
That's
greasy
amazing.
burger in my brain. I swear to fuck, you're in my head, I swear. I don't want your fucking greasy burger in my brain.
Are you serious?
Man! Poo-poo. Yeah, the general icons were the good way to go. So then people can idle speculate and just like improv off of icons than actual rune stuff. I thought that went well. Thought that went well. I do say so myself. Oh my god. I'm exhausted though, I do say. Super exhausted. I'm assuming they're still there, right? So I can quickly join.
As Ryder finishes, his voices resound in both of you, and there's a shock as you both wake up in your bodies on the ground.
Oh, on the ground, okay. Got it, on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Are they awake?
Maybe?
Professor, if you would help me.
Go check on them?
Yes, please. Anybody able?
Movement.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, God.
How are you feeling?
Magic's weird. I've gathered that.
And your hand?
Oh. Ah.
Jeez.
Feels weird, but
How are you feeling,
pretty,
Fascinating.
pretty good.
Might I see it?
I feel like
Yeah.
that I went through a fight that I never thought I'd be a part of before.
The connections seem to be good.
Tell me about it. Luckily, I have experience with diving into mines.
Oh, glad you did.
Well, you're gonna have to monitor it. Do you have full feeling? Can you move all of it?
Wonderful. Did I know?
Yeah.
Right
Getting
on.
used to
Right,
the
I don't have.
gripping and
Okay, for the record,
the
I don't have that
movement,
ability
but-
myself. One of their
Alright.
teammates
Yeah.
do.
Does it feel foreign? Does it hurt
That's
anyway?
why we were able to do that.
It hurt when it happened,
All that.
but it's a lot better than it was. I'm just trying to get used to gripping and moving it.
Welcome back.
If you
It's a lot of-
wish, we could do some tests to make sure you can actually utilize your
Ryder,
hand.
come here a sec. Come here a sec.
Might be a good
I'm sure
idea to
there's
figure out what you can
people-
and can't do.
Well,
And
I'm
monitor
just
it
gonna be
regularly.
nosy and tell you we saw everything.
Just because it's looking good now, it
Regular
I
may
think you finally
try
understand the
to
frustration that I
reject it.
go through.
Though, we didn't run into
Physically
too
saw
many
it in
issues.
your slumped
Only one or two
stance.
hiccups.
Not too
really.
many.
You know. Yeah.
No. We'll have to
I know
note that
exactly
down,
what that's
though.
like.
Yes.
You
Regards
did
to
really good, actually. You said
Dark
all
and
the right
Earth.
things. You did the very
We'll
best.
also alert the medical squad when I leave. They have an idea of how to deal with it.
Amen.
Yeah, but no, really though. You
Perfect.
You're getting a lot better.
Well,
Like, actually,
go
really
get
a
Chipz
lot
up. I'll leave it in Nisha's hands. But, I'm not much of a medical person, so I'll leave it to them. But, from spell-wise, it looks like... worked well.
Well done, Ryder.
Well, good luck. Enjoy. And I'll try to clean up this mess over here. Well,
Yeah. Anytime.
and
I'll let him tell.
well, you seemed very curious. And by the way, thank you for your assistance. Do you have any questions with this machine in particular?
It facilitates transmutation spells, yes?
Yes, well, you could technically do different spells, but yes, this one is used for the purpose. If you were to look at a spell circle as runes written in a circle, this would be runes written in a sequential order, if you will.
Their runes are familiar.
Don't they look like the ones that are on the tree?
It's already dinner time?
Time sure flies.
It has been a long day.
Tell me about it.
Yes.
How did I mess up these two? That is the real question.
Sounds good to me.
She's not
Is
very
this
compatible with
surrounding?
her, sir. Just
Is
in
it
general.
surrounding having to do with a specific main element that you're trying to transmutate, or it's just always like this and toasty?
This was specifically to create an environment for Misty and Ryder,
Now I
one
understand
conducive to this
transmutation.
specific
All right.
transmutation process, yes.
Yeah, let's go.
So, for example, if I was to attempt to do,
Okay.
I guess a fish,
Oh, right.
I'd probably
One
A
sec.
little bit more watery.
a little bit more water.
Yep.
You understand, yes.
Fair enough.
Elements draw power
Excuse
from
me,
itself.
Professor K?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Oh. Of course. Well done, Ryder.
Thank you very much for your guidance.
Well, I just made the spell. You guys did all the hard work.
Let's go,
Get
Jamie.
yourself some meat, Ryder.
Thanks, I will.
Thank you, Professor.
Of course.
Thanks, Kay.
Always.
I know.
Right, I should probably look at these.
May I help you put things in some specific place, or do you like just leave them here?
Well, these were specifically written for this procedure, and Misty in mind. At this point, they're just separate tablets with some inscriptions in them, really. They're useless without each other. They're all just parts of a overall whole, really. And really, for that, if they were to be used, I would need to repurpose them. But people seem to be intrigued, so maybe we will have some rune lessons in the future.
I mean, I was interested in transmutation. It's something I use in my spells. Also, I didn't want to interrupt, but there was one moment where people were doubting what was the last element, and I kind of felt it was lighting, because it's a source that binds things too by its kinetic energy. But
true.
I didn't want to mention it because I thought you and Professor Nisha had it. But if allowed, next time, if ever something like this happens again,
May I speak out loud?
Well, you heard our cadet Hannah. In moments of panic, anyone with any sort of background and any sort of magical is welcome to weigh in. However, as long as they understand that the final decision goes to the spellcaster, there's no problem.
Aye, aye, Professor. I'll leave you to it. Let me know if you need anything.
Of course. Well, if you're more curious, we can always chat more about runes. I don't mind.
More curious in the transmutation section than runes, but
Well, I can
yes,
talk about that as well.
It's interesting.
Of course.
Whenever you have the time and you see me around, I'm always available, Professor.
Bye, man. Enjoy your dinner. There we go. Alright.
Well, that was something.
Oh, you're here for the show.
Sort of. I figured you'd wanted to be updated about the guards were found, as you probably have been told, and they are currently in the dungeon.
Well, I just finished here. I can see to them now. Let me wrap up, though.
Okay.
Would you mind gathering them, sending them to my ship? I'll be there momentarily.
Is there anyone else, like any other professors you want to speak with as well, or just the guards?
You can bring the ones that were all involved the other night. Might as well get this wrapped up in a nice little bow, shall we?
Okay then. Yeah. I'll excuse me. I'll try to find him.
Find him?
Yeah.
Alright. I'm tired, man. Fucking dead. I need a break. But for an off day, we've had a very lively day, haven't we? We had Nick. Nick is so cool. Nick is gonna be shoe shining today. Lots of shoe shining. Oh, good old Nick. Gonna be shining silver shoes. Do 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 do. He's gonna give her the best shining of her life. Lone Shizu. I don't want want that awkward moment of walking next to the teacher, so I'm gonna go the long way.
Tell you what, if I see her, I will tell her where you are. Where are you gonna be staying?
Probably near the dorms. Okay.
Chum, 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 chum. I just wanna break, 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 break. How I like a break. I'm so tired, dude. Yeah, you can't very well. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't want to sit up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Come on, send him in. I'm ready. There we go. Camera. Lights, camera, and action. All that bits and... Oh my god. I'm tired, guys. I'm fucking dead. I really need to stop. I'm so tired. can function. I promise. I can do it. Where's everybody? Send the guards in, please. I'm ready. Ready. I want my baby. Chitty baby back with him. Come on, man. Come on. Help a brother out. Does anybody come? Yes. Indubitably and all that. Come on. There we go.
Just so you are aware, Albert is in play. I'll be keeping an eye on him. I've already let Hal know as well.
Very well, none of that. Where's the guards? Guards! Oh, my neck. Dude, I need to take a break. Fuck. Oh, hello. I have visitors, it seems. Lots of visitors.
Yes.
Well, the entourage is all here. Well, welcome back. You two, how was your trip?
Certainly an adrenaline booster.
It was.
Right. So, I'll be blunt, I'm just looking for an explanation. What happened?
You want to tell it or? I'll just tell it. Well, to start with, there was an incident with a broom. We were summoning a broom, well, repairing a broom. Professor Bra said it would work. So we did a ritual and we summoned a broom, and it was very beautiful. The lieutenant got a little angry over that. So we decided to just, stay out of his way for a while. And, we went off. We spent some time away in a cave for a while, the manor cave.
Right.
And then after that, we were a little, annoyed as well, because that one sort of told the lieutenant everything. I mean, they were part of the ritual, but then they told the lieutenant about the ritual and everything, and sort of just ratted us out. So we sicked the broom on her.
Sicked the broom.
And then the broom attacked us.
Yeah, we told the broom to attack her.
Is the god that was attacked here?
Might have gotten confused.
Please step forward. Can you corroborate their story?
Yes, sir. They forgot to mention one detail, however. They beat me with the brooms themselves, as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got you with the brooms.
Alright, I have to ask, was this a beating as in a friend beating a friend, or was this a beating in you were fearful for your life?
I honestly could not tell in the moment, sir.
Alright.
I couldn't tell if they were being friendly or not.
Is this something you wish to bring up to your superiors and have as an actual item? Or is this something you wish to resolve between you and your fellows? You would like to raise it to us.
I believe that even if it is in a friendly manner, a guard hitting another guard with broomsticks while shouting that they want to cleanse me because I broke the other broom.
It was clean.
Enough of the squabble. How long have you three served together?
while, I guess. I wasn't really keeping track of time.
This is the first of these
I would
instances.
not
As I
say
think
I'm
about
friends with them.
Right, I'm just trying to establish how well you know each other and if this is an ongoing issue. That is all.
I don't think it's ever happened.
All right. That's what we're going to do. Did you two want to continue to be guards? Or did you want a dishonorable discharge and have no hope for a future going forward?
Well, I mean, I did want to continue being a guard, yes. I just ran because I thought the lieutenant was going to kill us.
No.
You two, again, have been part of the CIA for how long? You really think we would let one of our own kill you? Over a broom?
But sir, we assaulted another member of the guard under technicality. I thought that was, basically a war crime. With a broom.
Don't make a mockery of this institution. Yes, you are allowed to have fun and cause mischief. It is part of being, well, part of the service. I have once served when I was younger, and I understand such things. However, when they get to a certain level, and they involve too many, well, obviously there's a problem there. And if you are disrupting other workers' safety, and they feel that their safety is threatened, then that is also a very big deal. There's many things that have been presented during this conversation which I had no clue about. Thus, her testimony. For the time being, I can't allow you back as guards until I get to the bottom of this. Though,
Understandable, sir.
know that there will be punishment. You, during duty, created mischief upon the school you were supposed to protect, assaulted a fellow, and ran from authority. As guardsmen, you're right. You're not acting or behaving as such. You're acting like the trash in which you have been getting off the street. That's not befitting you, or a good example of the rest of us. So hopefully you can screw your head on straight and fix your shit. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. As I said, you're temporarily relieved of your duties, following a follow-up briefing where you might be reinstated. For now, you can stay on campus. Relax, we're not going to harm you. Okay? It's not what we stand for anyways, you should know that, having served for us. Very well. Guards, just keep a close eye on them. They're not confined to the dungeons, but just don't leave the keys in the boat. You know what I mean.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Any additional comments? Things to be brought up? Now's the time. Professors?
Nothing that I can think of. I think this matter is going to close.
Very well, professors, you stay behind. Guards, you're dismissed. Lieutenant, please take care of your own and
Yes, sir. Thank
don't
you,
be
sir.
too harsh on them until we've figured out their punishment. All right?
Of course, sir. Very well, let's go.
Well, that's a thing.
Yes, it is. Yeah, apparently it was.
Well, a couple.
Seems like they thought assaulting another officer was treason.
Well, it's definitely not a good thing on your record. But the premise of a broom, the guard is obviously ample enough to protect herself. She's a guard for a reason. So I can only suspect that this was horseplay. Unfortunately, she wants to continue to go further with this, and, well, I'm not going to say no if someone really did feel threatened. So, punishment needs to be laid out. I'm still aghast at everything that happened, but since you were all involved, I figured you will be the team that I will be consulting with for this matter, as I still might not have all of the cards on my table. So we have a couple things. One, we have to address the nature of running away. Setting a precedence that is okay. Well, we cannot have that. Otherwise, we will end up with more desertions and more problems for ourselves. So whatever the punishment is, it needs to be enough to keep the gods in line, but not enough to disrupt morale. Second punishment is obviously the conduct between themselves. If horseplay is going to be an issue, then they need to be... what's the word? As long as it doesn't happen on hours or on duty, we cannot police them on their off time. So we need to distinguish some sort of boundaries for them if they are going to continue this. Spells running amok. Not on shift. We've all experimented with spells in our day. I'm not going to sit here and slap their hands for it. But not while at work, and not at the compromising of the safety in which they were given to keep. So, ideas.
I've never personally been that good with punishments.
Well, these are all for things under advisement.
I do think that speaking with Briar is probably a good idea to get his context.
Oh, Briar will be getting his talking to, no worries.
Yeah.
You wouldn't entice any of the guards or students to do something such as this, would you?
Absolutely not.
No.
I mean, I honestly don't know why they were summoning a broom in the first place. Like,
well, as you heard, we're not really punishing them for summoning the broom. We're punishing them for bad conduct with their cadet and running.
Yeah, the bad conduct, no. I suppose going AWOL, the only thing I can really think of, if we don't want it to really affect morale, probably a little bit of dungeon time. Maybe. For misconduct, probably shoveling manure. Or cleaning out all the bathrooms.
Actually, maybe summon that god and maybe they can do something for them. A little humility.
That could work.
So we have them muck out the stables and help the guard. The one that they had casted. Alright. As for
Take
the...
some duties from said guard, you know, help,
Yes.
give... Yeah.
Alright. AWOL situation. Well, this could have been quite serious. They're lucky. I hope they realize that. I think we should probably just think on this one. Think on it for the night. We'll talk in the morning. And then we will, figure out the best course of action from there. Alright?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's...
Alright. Thank you, professors. I appreciate your ability to handle the situation. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, you made the right choice, even if I seemed a little disheartened that morning. Putting them in the dungeon until you have the answers is a viable tactic. So, thank you. Alright. Well, let me know if you need anything. I'll just be in here.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay then.
Sounds good.
Cadet?
We're just finishing up.
They were just leaving.
I wanted to ask you something.
How can I help you?
I know. I'm trying to think of how to word this to not make it seem insensitive. What we talked about, what we all talked about the other day.
Hmm.
That you needed proof.
What of?
What people assume of Finn.
What about it?
Is it for yourself or is it for the CAF?
It's for you.
That was it. Thank you.
I don't think she understood, unfortunately. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. We have a lot of teaching to do. Now they're gonna kill him? You're probably right. But he meant it, what he said. I mean, it's literally for them. If they have a reason to kill him, and then they kill him, it's still going to tarnish their soul. But at least not unrepairable. So, you know. Oh well. We'll see how it goes for them. Okay, where are we? Expecting more... I know, but see, that's the thing about morality. All you can do, as someone who's holding that morality, is keep showing people it. And keep hoping that they're eventually going to see it. Because you can't force them to see it. Because if you force them to see it, they're not going to see it. I mean, or they're just going to be like, it's forced, it's not real.
doing something because someone said so instead of it coming from them, I mean, that's not going to do any change or do any good, so, yeah. I mean, if they don't understand not killing someone is bad, then, I mean, why do you want proof? Literally, they're asking, why should we have proof to kill somebody? If we broke it down, that's what they're asking. They're telling Kay that he's being unreasonable for asking for proof to kill somebody. First of all, you shouldn't kill somebody. Second of all, the whole point of finding the proof gives two people redemption opportunities. One, the people who caught them and found the proof, because then they can turn them in and do the right thing instead of killing them. Two, the person who is caught has a chance of not doing something so drastically stupid, and they can have a comeback and turnaround instead of killing them. But no one fucking gets it. Jesus Christ. Murder, perpetuating murder. God, it's almost a reflection of our current times. It kills me on the inside. They've clicked. Yes, they are essentially a lynch mob group. It's a very scary worldview. And I hate to say, it exists in the world. This exists. This exists. In fact, it's more prevalent now than it's ever been. This mentality, this type of thinking, or not thinking, mob mentality. It's just like this. Albeit cancel culture or what have you. But yeah. But just like anything, learning is learning. I mean, you can only try to keep the blade from their throats and stuff so long, and they're eventually gonna fuck up. Alright, well. Kay knowing about them wanting to kill him is just as bad. I mean, we're literally talking about a bunch of... Okay, they're very much aware of the type of soldiers they've created. And leading these type of soldiers is a very fine line process. And yeah, all he can do is hope that they don't make the wrong choice. And, but there's also a lot at stake. If Finn is doing something wrong, they do need to protect it. But, again, you can't force someone to, how do I say this? Like, think about it logically. You have 3 professors who are saying killing is bad, and hundreds of other people, we'll just say this is school, hundreds of other people are saying killing is fine. What do you mean it's bad? The administration is wrong. They're just protecting their own. Not the fact that they are morally straight, but no, because they're protecting their own. And so then it becomes more us versus them. And so trying to lead that is dangerous. That's fucking dangerous. A bunch of people that want to kill somebody, they're going to kill you if you go against their ideals. So the only way to get through that is slow manipulation. And hope to God they realize. Because at that point, it's fucked, man. That's a hard road. But it's doable, but it's stressful as fuck. All right? And this is translatable. Like we're just talking extremes, but this could be anything, like workplace, home life, like anything where the mass majority is against you, but you know what you are doing is the right thing, and so you have to get people to see that, and so you have to carefully pull them along. Just very, very carefully. It's like, okay, you one day wake up and realize you're part of a cult. Okay? What do? Everyone else around you doesn't believe you. You're the odd man out. No, they're liable to get rid of you. All right, anyways, let's stop this conversation. Let's get in. What were you doing? I don't even remember what I was doing. I was going to go invisible, and then I don't know. Yeah. Like, at this point, we've raised a school that feels they can get away with anything. They can push somebody off a cliff, and then as long as the school backs up that person that pushed them off the cliff, they know that they can get away with it. And it's so crazy. They crazy. Okay.
Chipz, I'm doing the thing. I'm scared.
Okay. Are you in your office?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. What's wrong? What's the matter? Who's in here?
What? I don't... Albrecht.
Excuse me?
Concerns. Many of my own. That being said, I wanted some answers from you directly. In private.
Hey, how can I help you?
I'm unsure. Hello?
Greetings, Professor.
Hello. Well, how is everybody?
Do you mind if I have a moment with Kay? Is this urgent?
Sure. I will wait outside.
Okay, I have had multiple professors and students come into my office today and question me the same thing over and over. They are getting aggravated. and it is obvious. I do not want to assume, but I fear that someone may make a move eventually. We know how on edge this campus is at the moment.
Well, yes, that they are. We felt it necessary to... What were they saying?
Yes, Professor, I did. When I have Professor Barry and Rise, Cadet is an army. Professor Albrecht, a G.M.A. professor, all come into my office questioning me the same thing. It tends to make a man paranoid.
Right. Well...
I don't expect you to do anything. I just wanted to inform you.
Well...
And if you wish to be around.
Sure. Of course. Would you like some tea?
Why do they know about Rose, Kay? Why do they have the picture, Kay? I thought I told you to get rid of that.
They have the what?
The picture.
Listen, Finn, you have to understand I didn't give that to them. I buried that in the lake long ago.
And here you are opening up our old home for people to come visit on a daily basis. Why? Does bringing up the past and letting people dig into it, is that what you want? You want people coming into my office questioning why I did a circle and was kicked out of a campus, our history, accusing me, thinking that I killed her? I thought we were over this. And I'm living it again.
There were so many unanswered questions that night, Finn. I still don't know what happened.
Okay, I was trying. I showed a cadet this magic this year. Cadet Lila, you may ask her yourself. I told the headmistress, and Barian was present as well, after the circle was made. What this circle did was allow me to provide visions. When we lost Rose, Kay, she meant everything to me, to us. So I fell into a dark pit and looked for any hope that I could. And after we read books in restricted areas, I found knowledge. Ways to find out things that no one else could. And when we lost her, I did everything in my power to try to find her. That is why I made that circle. To seek something higher, to see if it could tell me who did this.
Finn.
I did it for her.
I know most of the magic in that section. As you know, we read through most of it. That's a very dark hole, my friend.
And one the CAF believes in. One that I am trusted with. But at the moment, the cadets are not my only enemies here. I have majors, higher-ups on my ass at the moment. I could lose my job, everything. I'm having to write apology letters every day. Letters just to provide more time for myself before I am eventually kicked off of campus and removed, and everything that I worked for goes to waste. I'm tired, Kay. The cadets and their worries are... They are right to worry. But God's bringing up our past into this. It just... If I killed her, do you really think I would have kept you alive? After everything you did? After almost destroying my entire life, my legacy? Do you think I would have just stopped at her? I mean, look at me. Do I look like a murderer to you, Kay?
I don't know what you are, Finn. Though I know you were once my friend. And for that I will always have hope for you.
Can you perhaps sit in on these conversations? I have my concerns. You are the deputy headmaster, after all.
Of course. Very well.
If you don't mind informing them that you will.
At this moment.
Guess he would like to speak with you.
Thank you. I would certainly hope so.
Well,
Thank you, Professor.
he has asked me to stay behind, if you don't mind. I'll just be in the back.
I do mind. I came here to speak with him alone.
And you can guarantee the safety of everyone in that room.
As long as nothing is done to threaten them, yes. I came walking here to speak to Professor. I didn't come bursting through the doors with my wand drawn.
Be that as it may, you can understand when someone has asked the administration to stay back, that they should oblige.
There is absolutely nothing that I have done to warrant that kind of concern. I'm here to speak with the Professor.
Well, I don't know, someone may have said something that made him a little uneasy. And I know some...
I'm sure.
Well, their tongues usually say things to put people on edge.
I'm sure you of all people would know why everyone's on edge.
I do. So you should understand that I'm not here to do anything other than ensure everyone is safe. So it shouldn't be a bother that I'm in there.
It is, because it is a private conversation, Professor. If I wanted to speak with you alone, I would have said the same.
I don't know what you would have of me. This is his request.
I find that both very interesting and disappointing, Professor.
Just doing my job, Professor.
As am I. Which is why I was seeking to have a conversation with a man that there are so many secrets about. I find it quite interesting that people have come and go from this office all day without any security. And the moment I show my face, you come running with your wand drawn.
What are you trying to say, Professor? Or are you just going to talk in illusion?
I'm saying it's very clear that I just want to speak to Professor Finn. If I had ill intent, it would not be on this ship.
At this point, I'm in a rock and a hard place. My job and duty requires me to be here to ensure the safety of my staff.
Was that not the job of the soldiers here, Professor?
Yeah, but it was directly asked of me to stay. Professor, this shouldn't be an issue. At this point, it's happening.
It absolutely should be an issue. The fact that two people will be able to have a conversation without someone overhearing or being present. This behavior is alarming.
What's alarming is some of the behavior and thought processes that have been going on of late that are counter to unity and collaboration.
Such as preventing two entities from speaking to each other about their concerns. I agree.
Professor, again, this is now duty-bound by my station, not my personal wants.
You have the authority and ability to figure out what is a lawful order and what is not. There is absolutely nothing on my record, or my person, or my reputation to suggest anything otherwise.
Other than your
This is
hand
conjecture.
that is glowing of dark energy, my friend.
My magic. An arm that I lost in service to this academy, because I am loyal to this academy.
Sir, I'm just saying that there are dark things that happen to all of us at times.
An interesting choice of words, Professor. And I wonder what that means to you, and how that applies to you.
A man looking for deceit in words will find them, even if they are not there.
I am sure. Which is why it is in a man's best interest to speak with someone rather than believe in conjecture and second-hand rumors.
And it shouldn't be a problem.
But when that sort of
then I'm
action
here.
is prohibited
It is
by
not
someone out
prohibited.
of suspicion,
At this point, I cannot help you. We either go in or we do not.
then I shall seek out the headmistress.
Fair enough.
Forgive me, Professor.
Am I required to stand guard, sir? I was told Professor Finn required that for all meetings.
I just want to ask you a question.
The door was locked. Basic means.
What the fuck? Wait, how did you even get in? We were all out there. What? I am confused.
Dad just entered.
I am very confused what's happening.
Dad just entered.
I'm confused! The door is unlocked. Excuse me.
Honestly, I don't know what you're talking about.
You do.
Well, what continued?
Everything that you've done. Since you
My
found
work?
out. Since you. Yes.
So I could, as I've said to everyone, as cheesy as it sounds, change the world for the better.
And what answers did you find that were so worth continuing?
I mean, you saw for yourself what I can do. My wand. We can control the very thing that people fear. They just don't want to try.
Do you intend to give up?
Give up? No, I would not like to
Even
give
if
up.
the CAF tell you.
I no longer have a badge, and I no longer have the means to do as I once did. I would probably be hanged. You're lucky you're not.
What would your next steps be, Professor? To seek what you're looking for.
As I said to Rise, that is a heavy question. I have 1,000,001 reports to write right now for apologies and asking for more time as is
None
with
of that
other
matters, Professor. It doesn't matter. You are running out of time. What is so important? What have you found? What do you think you'll find? What's so worth it? Please.
My reasoning for coming to the campus was so I could work closely with the very place that harbors and protects the very entity itself. I thought being closer to the door and the campus itself would mean I could be closer to my goal. To be able to study it closer and to genuinely help the students here prepare for that. And as you can see, I was also expected to come here and to find results. But that is not easy without coming in direct contact. And doing that puts cadets at harm. It is not very fondly looked upon.
Do your commanding officers want you to open that door?
God, I would hope not. That would be foolish.
Would you do it?
Not blindly, no. As I said to Kate and many others before, that would be foolish.
But you would.
If I knew how to prepare correctly, then perhaps.
What sort of preparing makes you confident in opening it? What makes you better than a primordial evil?
Cadet, we don't know everything there is about the darkness. We just don't. How do we know this isn't just something that has been born to fight and kill? We've never given this thing a chance. Or never even considered to learn more about it. You've seen for
So
yourself.
the cost of millions of lives to lock it away in a door wasn't worth anything?
You've seen for yourself people like me and Izanami, and many others can use it. So it is possible. And I know how many casualties were lost. I'm not looking to kill the entire world for a selfish goal. I have to start somewhere.
Can you at least tell me if you understand the risk of your pursuit?
When I lost
You understand
everything,
the risk.
when I lost everything, I understood what I was putting myself into. I decided that I would put my life on the line and die for a cause I believed in. To do what nobody else gave me. A chance. To give it a chance.
I'm trying to give you a chance right now, Professor. Is your goal, your thought, your pursuit worth risking everyone here? Yes or no?
I've never risked a cadet here without their consent.
Yes. Or no?
Obviously, no. When we agreed to do the ritual between the two of us, you agreed to come. You were eager to help. I did not force you.
No, you didn't. But I also
And you
didn't
learned
expect you to
things.
give me over. Either.
Cadet, I did not give you over. I told it what
You
it
made
wanted
it a
to
promise.
hear. I told it what it wanted to hear. And when it
So
came
you think that
time
you can
to actually
manipulate
doing
it, sir? Ah, fuck.
Let's go.
I tried. I'm sorry.
Finn, give me a moment.
Yes, Professor.
I think I broke your lock for the third time. Give me a moment. Cadets. There's something you should
Professor
know.
K, I need to speak with both you and Professor Finn. Seems you would.
That's fine. I'll talk with you later, then.
I'll see to it you're not disturbed.
Right, gentlemen, what has occurred here that you refuse to let Professor Albrecht speak to Professor Finn alone?
Well, just the fact that Finn requested my presence to be part of the meeting. It was nothing more than that. I'm unsure why Albrecht is upset.
And
True.
why, rather,
I don't
hold
deny
on.
the meeting.
Alright. So, is it true that you approached Professor Albrecht with your your wand out?
I came into the room in a hurry with my wand out. I thought there was trouble, yes? Oh, yes, I came with my wand out,
okay.
but I put it away as soon as I came into the room and saw there was no trouble.
And you knew there was going to be trouble. How?
We are located literally across the way. Lots of hubbub outside his door.
Yes, but you assumed there would be trouble when a professor went into another professor's office.
Yes, particularly with this one. I'm sure you're aware of the hot ticket item Finn is these days.
Yes, headmistress. People have
Sure.
been coming to my office all day today and questioning me and asking me of my past and if I killed somebody and this, that, and the other. It's been quite heated. So I requested Kay's presence. I was getting weary and I thought people would get out of hand. So I asked him to sit in on our meeting.
Right. And you made... is it true you made a remark about the Professor Albrecht's arm?
Yes, as he was insinuating that I was up to no good, and that I could be compromised, I too insinuated that his colorful past could have him compromised. This is a rather petty squabble for the headmistress to be involved in. I didn't know you took on these kind of cases.
Well, I do when it regards the deputy headmaster.
Yes, well, I wasn't inspecting a
Unfortunately.
personal, degrading verbally from a fellow professor, but this is what happened, and so we used facts against facts, madame.
Perhaps.
Professor Albrecht
would be
wishes to have a
wise.
private conversation with you.
Would
Will
you
you
like to be
allow
present,
it?
headmistress?
As he wishes to speak with you alone.
I have my concerns.
You have concerns about the professor?
I believe he already broke into my office once. I have my suspicions.
Headmistress, our job is to secure the safety of the students and staff. If we cannot promise that to our staff...
Yes, and if you can't... Yes, and if you can't promise that another professor is not going to do harm to another, as there has been allegations against Professor Finn himself.
Right, they came into his office, and we're worried about his safety now. This has nothing to do with the reversal. There's nothing wrong with taking this stance, especially when it comes to teacher safety. It's part of our protocol, after all. You're by the book, aren't you?
If it would please you, headmistress, I can leave campus for a time, if need be. Or run errands elsewhere. Unless you would like to give Albrecht his moment, and you wish to sit in on the meeting, that would be my only agreement, if that is okay.
I will sit out if Headmistress is here, and you're okay with that, Finn? Of course.
If you would, headmistress.
This is all rather childish.
Isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Very well.
On both ends.
So what's...
If we cannot trust each other, Professor, can't trust anyone now, can we?
Well, we are in a sticky time, aren't we?
Mr. Albrecht, good to speak with you.
Headmistress.
But I'll be sitting in on the conversation, if that is amenable.
Very well. That works for me.
Very well. Security
Very well.
has been handed off.
Let's go
Professors?
have a talk.
Yes, Professor?
So, what's going on?
Seems to be they want to have a conversation privately with Finn. I heard the commotion went in, and, well, let's just say they do not want me present.
Commotion?
Yes, Finn has requested a presence as he speaks with the other professors. He doesn't feel safe. However, professors didn't want additional bodyguards, which caused this little argument. Now Headmistress is taking care of it, and it's out of my hands.
I see.
Yes, though I would like to talk with those two, as I think they need some information. I'm trying to... what's the word? Stop them from making stupid mistakes that they're going to regret for their whole lives.
Shall I accompany you, sir?
Please. If you have a moment, I would like to speak with you.
Of course.
Brian, please, tag along.
She needs a moment.
What is that?
He was asking of Lila. She went to her room.
Ah. I would like to speak with her, but I don't know if she would like to speak with me.
I don't think it's you.
this way. Well,
Don't mind if I sit in, sir.
please, make yourself at home. Well, I don't know how to start this conversation, so I'm just gonna take a stab at it. How do I word this? The line of questioning you took with Finn. There are some things you should know. I alluded to them a little bit when I told you of my history within the CAF. Finn isn't the only one who thinks like this. There is a small group of individuals who are aware of the existence of what it is we protect here, and their views are fundamentally different than the rest of us. We are aware of them, but it is not like they are doing anything necessarily evil. They just feel that they can utilize what it is that we sit on for the greater good. Now they have some backing. Right, now this should not be confused, mind you, with the Dark Order. These are two separate things. Understand that. One sent by darkness, one trying to use the darkness. Now, using the darkness, well, we believe that it will pervert them, kill them, use them, just like it always has. It will fail. Death, mass destruction, and chaos will ensue immediately after. I'm sure you probably all seem to fall in that same camp. Again, this isn't widely spread knowledge, so this circle is very, 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 very little. But it does involve some of the higher echelon of our administration. And it trundles out into the field. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I do not want you to have the wrong idea. People have different views and will attempt to solve problems in a different way, but that doesn't necessarily make them evil. Just be careful of that when you're making decisions. I'm telling you this.
You don't have to tell me that.
Well, this information may have been hinted at and sprinkled, but now I'm telling you straight up. We have been dealing with this for many years, and it has been a problem. I have lost few of my colleagues due to this war, if you will. We have suspicions of corruption. We have our suspicions of those just trying to do what they believe is right. But it's hard to tell who's who, one apart from the other. So that's why it's very crucial you are sure. Because if you make a mistake, well, that's something you'll have to live with. know.
My fear honestly goes past that, Professor.
Say that again.
My fear goes past that. If he's giving up, then what's stopping it from taking him, you know?
Who giving up?
Ben.
What's stopping what?
The darkness.
So you think he's afflicted by the darkness?
It has a way in. He uses a dark artifact. I hardly doubt that the darkness will have a hard time taking what it wants from him, regardless if he's afflicted or not.
And what we
Just
know?
as I think the same for myself.
Is it a dark artifact, or is it a taboo artifact? There are many ways of creating artifacts. Do we know which one?
He mentioned his and mine were the same.
And what is your make? Is it a... Let me tell you again. As I told you in my story, Rose, Finn, and I, very early on when we first met, had a very long stint in the restricted session. Now, it wasn't meant for our eyes, and in fact, well, it's not meant for anybody's eyes, really. Why do schools even have it? I guess it's the only safe place for learning materials. But within these books, there were many mention of sinister and dark ways of creating different artifacts of power, each with different varying degrees of uses. This doesn't make them necessarily, what is the word, darkness in nature, but I guess the right word would be twisted. Now, both can be utilized to enhance the other, and in fact, which is why the Dark Order is very much intrigued with them, and why they're considered taboo in the first place. Again, when given temptation, we are most susceptible to caving, and that is exactly the way the darkness deals.
So who has these twisted artifacts?
Who has them?
Or who should?
Well, no one should. But, this is magic that's been tampered with, written down and catalogued, and then lost, forgotten, then reread and dug up, and then used. Rinse and repeat.
What if someone did?
What are you asking?
What would you do if someone did have a twisted artifact in their possession?
Well, it depends on the manner and make of such item. I mean, the costs for those are usually rather grotesque in nature.
Your conversation.
What was that?
Said that I should ask on her behalf in a way.
Fair enough.
Tell him what he told you.
It's... A question first. So creating these artifacts.
Right.
I'm under the assumption they cost a great deal, no?
Absolutely. More than one would usually be willing to give. Almost a fracturing of one's soul, one could say.
And with Finn's, so that's what you believe that he had given up, yeah?
I'm unsure. His experiments back at the Institute He was kicked out because he was practicing those taboo arts that we were talking about. I caught him. And the administration, obviously, does not take very kindly to that. Immediately, expulsion was placed. I tried to talk him out of it, but he still believes that he can harness these energies, and at this point he has gathered a little bit of backing at the CAF, which is why he was planted here.
So then you have some semblance of understanding the point that we go through to use it.
Phrase that again.
You're not against us, obviously. People like me and Finn.
Against you. I guess.
Ones who use these artifacts, stuff like that.
I am of firm belief that no one is ever too far gone or irredeemable. And it's what you use it for at this point.
Then perhaps I can show some fruits of our labor. If I may, sir.
Please?
Been some time, but with all the events happening as of late, I have the opportunity to give proper report to the headmistress. Sure that you can carry this forward. A few items, if I may.
Very well.
The remains of an old dagger, and a small vial of darkened blood, sir. It's likely cursed by some means. I would recommend it's given full investigation.
Where were these found?
These are the results of disenchanting one of the daggers we got from the Dark Order gather during the rescue of Chipz and Vivi. Directly from the hands of Gavin and Rise. At request of the headmistress and under supervision of myself and Professor Breyer.
Very well.
Gavin had the cleansing arts needed, and Rise had some of the knowledge thanks to her time working with Finn.
So, he was of use.
I believe he still can be. One last thing. This one directly from Professor Finn. The portrait that was recovered by some of the cadets. He believes you should have it, sir. Memories of better times. I'd recommend you speak with him when you're done. He's in great need.
Thank you.
So. With patience comes progress.
I am trying to be open and candid with you. I do. To say I'm not afraid is an understatement. I am petrified. I meant what I said. Your safety is of the utmost importance. That includes the decisions you make for yourself. you have any questions for me? I'm trying to tell you.
Be careful.
Me? Well, I guess I did upset the illusions, Professor. Don't think I will be invited to tea anytime soon.
Not just him, but for everything. I've just seen a lot, I guess.
Well, you too then.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Please.
If you're able to disenchant it, if you're able to remove the darkness from it, is that what happened?
The blade itself was etched with runes of their affinity, yes. We had to follow some rules, but in time we were able to dispel and unmix them. It did resist somewhat, though. It identified that it was in danger, and it gave more pressure the more it was pushed back. As if the enchantment itself was living.
My line of questioning wasn't because I think he's evil. I was trying to give him an opportunity to say that he wouldn't risk anyone else. And you heard him. He's set on what his goals are, what his pursuit is. And frankly, if he doesn't achieve it, he's as good as dead by the CAF anyways, according to him. I wanted him to redeem himself. Because I think everyone can relate to why he started in the first place. For love. I can't fault him for that.
It is just as hard to keep your hand extended open as it is to hold a blade. Sometimes one backed in a corner needs that hand to be extended so they can at least see the ray of light.
He might see it, but maybe it's too late.
I can't believe that.
Then we pull him out of his hole.
And if the CAF orders him to do more, then what?
We stop him.
How?
The best we can in the moment.
We're running out of time.
I wish I had all the answers, Cadet.
He said it himself. So we either sit and wait for something bad to happen, or we stop him from doing something that will harm himself. And no, I'm not suggesting that we kill him. It's the last thing that I want to do.
You're the first
that
one
I think
who
should be done.
stated that. Then what is your options then?
I don't know. I'm a cadet here.
And you are the hope
You're the officer.
of the future. If you cannot figure this out, we're all doomed.
Disenchant his wand. Maybe that's a start.
Well, you have one pissed off professor on your hands, but at least it's not killing him.
he'll be safe. He won't have the opportunity to sacrifice himself. At least not like that.
Fair. Not a bad plan.
So do it.
Do it. And your proposition is I just
Try
waltz
to.
in there and confiscate his wand.
You're a superior.
Yes, technically I guess I could.
Do you want to help him or not?
It means nothing if we just take it from.
I can secure it, but what then?
You do the same thing that you did with the knife.
He made the wand himself.
Right.
If we do disenchant his current... Excellent. Progress. But if we take it from him, against his wishes, it means nothing. He needs to be coerced to surrender it.
And if he doesn't?
Then we're right back where we started. But we can try.
Don't be so disheartened.
I don't understand.
Those around him.
A waste of time.
I don't think so. I think we... Thank you, Xena. It's not a bad plan.
It's not. It's really not.
Especially if he makes a show.
It isn't a bad plan at all.
Speaking to him earlier today, his desk is covered in coffee. He's likely been up for quite some time. He's paranoid and afraid.
Yes, yes he is.
He's waiting for... And convince him that there's a way out. I think he's more scared of his superiors than he is of us. We need to find a way to defend it.
But how do we give him hope then?
Sure. Maybe he thinks he has a month, most. He's been... Even when he was speaking to me, he was frantically writing letters asking for more time, begging for forgiveness. Apparently it is just one of many he's been making. He thinks he has a month at least.
I don't know what to do.
Are we willing to stand between him and them? Better question. Do we fight for our own? But at the end of the day, I'm not in this uniform because I wish to serve the CAF. I'm in this uniform because I wish to teach these cadets. They are the reason I am here, not that flag.
Well, then they need to be taught. But unfortunately, we can't give him all the answers, can we?
And you're avoiding mine.
Rephrase. I might not have heard it.
Fight for Finn.
Fight for Finn.
When those mages come down here demanding a noose around his neck, are we going to let them?
No, of course not.
Then I'm going to keep working. And your friend needs you, sir.
Yes, well, the professor's kicked me out for the moment. I'll have to see my friend later.
It's your ship, sir. I think you had the keys in the first place.
I think you're the only one who
There's
remembers
nothing
that. There is not. Thank you.
No wire, sir.
This is such a shitty situation for these guys to be in. Oh, fuck, we're at 5 hours? Jesus. Okay. God, we're still in a shitty situation. All that happened was he got called and now he's been... He literally says the same thing and now he's on the hit list. He's on the hit list, Chad! We made it to the hit list! They're just so set on we need to kill him before he kills us. But this was the first time anyone's told him about a different plan other than killing him. The first time. And then of course they wanted him to just waltz in there, but...
It's been quite an afternoon.
I imagine so.
Kaz is done for the night. He's alive. He made it. What happened in the room? And the real question is, I thought that Albrecht trusted Kay or something, but I guess that's not the case. He trusts headmistress more? Question mark? Well, now he definitely doesn't trust Kay, but yeah. Kay is useless to them? I don't know about that. I mean, if it's just because he won't pull the trigger, I mean, that's a lot of people that are useless then. Someone that won't make a choice is useless? Oh my god, you guys are pissing me off.
He's not going to make the choice for them because they're spoiled little brats. They got to get the facts together and then make the choice for themselves. Redeem themselves by putting the facts together and then make the choice that they can live with. They can't expect Kay to make the situation and choice for them, because if he does, then all they'll do is go, haha, he's the one who did it. He told us to do it. Fuck him. Because then they don't have to take the fall. So fuck all that. That's all they want. So no. Yeah, I guess he is useless because he's not going to be their fall guy. That's just the way it is. That's dumb, guys. So don't get out of here with your bullshit, all right? Get out of here with your bullshit. A teacher who, this is literally what teachers do. Are you sure this is the right decision? Are you sure you want to do this? That means, are you sure you want to be an evil sussy baka? Dumbass? Are you sure? Question mark? I'm going to give you one more chance to make this choice for you, and then I can't police you 24/7 of your goddamn life, which is why teaching people requires them to make mistakes. You have to teach them in hopes that they learn the lessons, not teach them and force them to do it. Because if you force them to do it, they won't do it. Which is exactly what Barian was saying about Finn. Because if you force him, then he'll do it, but he's forced. And he won't learn his lesson, and he'll do it again. But this is all about teaching, and people don't understand teaching. And they have to make these decisions and live with the consequences and successes of their choices. That's the way life works, and that's the whole purpose of school. Not necessarily the subject matter, but to get you ready for making life choices that are complicated and not easy to do. There we go. And especially when you're making officers. If they can't make an informed decision and not make an emotional, irrational one, then they're not fit to be an officer. All right? There you go. So take your stick and shove it up your ass. Yeah, but this is literally some Harry Potter shit. Like look at Dumbledore. The man could have shot fireballs out of every orifice and killed everyone and not had a problem, but he had the kids do it. All right?
I don't want to fight.
Right. Like seriously, look at it. Like all I'm seeing is a bunch of people wanting to kill Finn without a reason. Like you have to look at it that way. Like I don't know. Like I almost want to man, I wish you could make them learn their lesson, because if they turn out to be right, they're not going to learn any lesson. So it's almost like we need to trick them one day and getting them to build all this stuff up, and then they actually realize they made a mistake and killed the wrong dude, and then they can be like, oh shit, we're not always squeaky clean. You know what I mean? That shit needs to be handled. You know what I mean?
We'll start with today then.
So in the end, Kay won't act. Kay won't act until it's, dude. You guys are dumb. You don't act unless you have to. You're talking about killing somebody on speculation. You don't kill on speculation. What the fuck is wrong? Yeah, you're right, he won't act because he won't put the fucking knife between Finn. Why aren't they doing it then? But that's all they want. We never told you about killing him? That's literally been there. You're either... Guys. They have literally, the whole time, Guys, it's been black and white. Their verbiage has been so finite. He would be a dumbass not to pick it up.
I was tired of rumors. I was tired of second-hand information.
Yeah, exactly.
I was tired of hearing about the fear of the cadets without being able to do anything myself. With them not being straightforward. With their everyone playing middleman and trying to keep him from answering to anyone. I was tired of it. So I went there with the intent of speaking to the man myself.
I'll leave you guys here. I'm gonna go on a break.
One of the G.M.A. professors that were present, that are aware of everything, came with me, both as a witness and a mediator, and also, should Finn agree to it, to let him look at his wand. Look, nothing more. There is concerns that even if it's not him, the wand he has, the magic that has come from it, even that the Madame has identified, there is no mistaking what it is. I'm looking for any answer that may point to it something other than him. I digress.
It's fine.
When I went there, please, by all means.
Direct. That's the goal. Cutting out the middleman.
Say again?
The goal is to cut out the middleman, isn't it?
Yes.
How about some direct questions?
Direct questions indeed. Some were asked, and I thought I had to earlier. I did. I thought about it. But then, that would not prevent the enemy from...
That's not what he said, War. He said, I won't do anything until you have proof, bitch.
Barian, we have never once witnessed somebody recover from the enemy's control. The cadets, myself...
And neither should the students, otherwise they would have killed Chipz year one.
It could happen. We do not know. So far. So far. My line of thinking was that perhaps this is what the enemy would want. If, I can't believe I'm saying this, if what Finn is trying to do presents some sort of threat to the enemy, even if he's not on a clear-cut path and it's still dangerous, it would try to do away with him. It would try to cut him off or destroy him. I have often...
Bittersweet news on that note, then. With the assistance of his student Rise, we have disenchanted one of the daggers. Gavin and Rise both, with the assistance of Briar providing mana. The runes can be unmade. That is what I was delivering to the deputy. The remains of the dagger and a bloody liquid that it dispersed. Going to be taking some written accounts from Gavin and Rise both about what they experienced, and I'll be providing everyone with the needed resources.
It was the deputy that didn't want me to speak with him. Wanted to be present for it, which is not very enticing when it comes to trust. I was somewhat understanding.
Up until this morning, when you changed your mind, it seems. There were lines being drawn. Myself.
I had drawn that line along the side of the Professor K. I offered my services to him. And he told me to find something on him. He put me to work, Professor. He's playing both sides of the table. Maybe in his mind he's diffusing things or buying time to diffuse things, but it's created more confusion amongst the cadets and myself. It is actually because that strange action that he took and the things that I heard when he was talking about his past that made me question him more and decide to speak to Finn. The fact that he came sprinting into the office with his wand drawn was disconcerting.
Well, Lila and Izanami were in that room with me. They had their own questions. Lila actually came up with an interesting idea. When I displayed that the daggers could be disenchanted unmade, she suggested that we have Finn disarmed. It's not as easy as ordering him to hand it over. You'll just get another, find some other way. But if we can have him surrender it himself, even be there as we unmake it.
I'm gambling, Professor. I'm gambling that the man... No, hear me out. I'm gambling that the man's on the brink. That he is struggling. I believe the enemy assails him, whether he believes it or not. It must. You must have seen his desk. You were there before me, covered in alcohol, caffeine, tea. The man is suffering.
That was after I cleaned it up. It's a mess.
I have gotten him to agree with the headmistress's prodding to allow me to work with him from here forward on everything. Everything that he's trying to do. Everything he's trying to research. The training he's doing with the cadets. I've told him I'm not there to report to anyone. I pointed to the headmistress. I'm not here to report to her. I want to dispel what is taking place at this academy because our cadets fear you. The staff fear you, and the enemy will find that fear and it will use it, and then we will become enemies when we never should have. It looked like he thought it over. I told him even if it made him feel less unsafe, it would allow him to bind me to chromatic glass. I will be vulnerable if he does that.
Mind did anything. Kay should be speaking to him right now as a friend. Should be.
I'm sorry, but I have no understanding of Kay's behavior right now. There's a difference between... At what cost, Professor? I understand that wholeheartedly. I do. But as I've said before, some of the longer-lived have seen that map turn black. If you want to help your friend, you need them to connect with other people, so you're not the only mysterious person advocating for them. I told him when I first came here, the cadets hated me, and it's true. I was labeled the CAF spy. Everyone believed I was... Everyone believed I was in the bushes, watching them speak their secrets. Most of the time I was in my office. I told him I saw a parallel. Somebody who came here with a job to do that was automatically distrusted. Now, I told him I was open. He has found himself in the center of many suspicious things. But I want to trust him. I want him to not be weakened to the enemy's influence, because no one is willing to stand with their shoulder next to him.
Are you aware of his deadline?
Yes, he came clean about it.
A month ago.
The fact that he has one, the fact that they're pushing for it, makes me believe more that he's only been manipulated and he's not the enemy fully. That's why I told him.
Give me a straight answer. When those majors come for him, he's willing to stand his ground. How much do you care about that uniform, sir? I didn't come here to wave their flag.
I would die in it, Professor Berrien.
given an arm, I might as well give everything else. Huh?
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
That's the reason why I said let me work with you. I won't be able to watch you to make sure you are not afflicted, and you can watch me because you know I am. Of course, he was defensive about me mentioning any sort of affliction to him, and I said fine. That in the very least, the person you trust the least, you'll be able to keep an eye on. And he'll be able to say nothing bad about what you do because he's witnessed it all. He seemed to agree. I hope... I am all ears, Marion.
What you are telling me, I need you to tell Jose. That girl has been fighting a one-person war. Trying to hold ground for him ever since.
I believe it.
He's been alienated by the rest of the Academy. Anyone who holds your word. And I've been trying very hard to pull her out of that.
I'll see to it. I'll make sure to talk to the other cadets as well. This isn't saying I fully trust the man, Varian. But I want to give him a chance to prove me completely wrong.
If he crosses the line, I'll be there to strike him down. But until he does so...
Till he does so, my hands are at his side, not against him. I'll leave the talking to Kay to you. My trust in that man has waned today. And I will work with Professor Finn.
I'm not sure how much he's telling me is true, but he is opening up at least somewhat.
Well, either the guilt has started to make his mouth move, or when one paints themselves into a corner, there's not much choice. I had a bit of a higher opinion of him for today, but I will speak no further on it. As for Finn... I know struggling when I see it. I'll see what I can do.
Did he actually make it? Did Barian make it through to this guy?
I wish that was true, Professor. Some people are. But men like Finn are not. There are people whose hearts are black. That don't need to be convinced by the enemy to work for them. There are some that there's just something wrong with them. They love pain and violence.
If I agree to that, I'm defying everything I am.
Then ignored as the babblings of a bitter old man.
You're free to have an opinion. I serve a goddess of forgiveness.
Ooh, this is a good convo.
Forgive my words.
Spicy. Well done.
I will consider myself lucky.
Well, you're right. It was the first time I've not seen you standing high, chin up, voicing some speech. Today you look hard to the ground.
I'm tired, Professor. I am tired. God.
When was the last time you did something for yourself?
Well,
Not just drinking a bottle alone.
I see your point. What of it?
You let the light in your own heart to die, you cannot put it out into the world. You cannot make joy if you do not have any to give.
time makes so much seem so frivolous.
There are twice as many blessings in the world as there are curses.
That is true. But when you witness these curses over and over and over again, butcherings and killings and hangings over ideals and massacres,
It's much harder to just smell the flowers.
especially when they're soaked in blood. I will never understand a great deal about this plane or its denizens. And it's ironic. I catch myself behaving like it. Catch myself behaving like the very thing that I am concerned about.
And we fly into the darkness. 9 minutes, Pepega? What? Oh, we got 9 minutes till end? Really? Damn. It got late. Quick. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn. Well, fuck. That just happened. Oh, Savage. Oh, I didn't get to see Savage.
Oh, that's weird.
I didn't get to say hello, Savage. Here, I'll just pop in as Chipz real quick and say, "What's up, dude?" I just realized we were after hours. He would be in trouble by the prefect. I shouldn't be. Chipu. I just realized. Yeah, we don't want to be in trouble. He'll report us. I think he's poking around. Whoopsies. Do you think he saw? I think we just stepped on him. I think we literally just stepped on the poor guy. Whoopsies.
I wonder what the CAF will think about the report being sent in.
Yo, what are you doing?
He hall monitoring.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I know Arbor's a prefect, so I'm sure it's normal. Mm-hmm.
Oh, he is on hall duty. Thank God Chipz didn't show up. He is literally hall monitoring right now. This man is hall monitoring.
That must have been the intruders? Question mark? No. Maybe. Question mark?
Last glance would be a good idea.
Just make sure everything's alright.
I don't really think it's worth stepping up all those steps just to double check.
If he goes up the stairs, I'm not gonna go up there. But if he goes the other way, then I want him to be there.
I'm just gonna go.
I made a good call.
No eavesdroppers. Okay. Good enough. Just the two of them. Just the two of them.
It's kind of weird that they're hanging out there, though.
In?
It's not that weird. It's weird where they're hanging out, though. Especially considering. What the fuck? I did it again, dude. I'm tired of waiting. Stop! You motherfucker!
Wait, who's doing it? It's gone.
I was trying to listen
What about
to
me right there?
Don't do that.
no.
Wait,
Okay,
where does cheese
I won't.
came from?
Okay.
It feels weird.
Okay, I won't do it again. Okay, look,
you're right.
here, just
There's a
take
piece
my
of
hand.
cheese just between.
No, I'm chilling right now.
I'll take it home.
Come on.
I'm gonna.
Bro, this is literally an adventurer's club. Hi. Yes.
I'm gonna turn in for the night.
I want to see
Bury
cheese.
our shipping
Okay.
lanes. Okay.
I don't think anyone gave me any credit.
I thought you were going insane.
I hate it.
It was beautiful.
I hate it.
You got it.
I've got the gods on you. Who did it? No, I did not. Me.
If you guys weren't as faggot to me, I would have found a way to keep you.
I want to do that.
Did you go to like
Hello?
Aether beforehand?
That was fair.
No, I
Well,
went.
the thing is, if they
Hello.
had
Busy day
actually
today.
run,
I'm tired as fuck.
if they'd actually run,
Motherfucker.
probably would have been a big
Huh.
issue.
I got so fucking
Because then it's
nervous during that
actual
whole fucking
trees.
sequence. Because you were like, you were
Just-
going,
so now
quickly,
they're fine.
fire,
Now
water,
Yeah.
air, and I'm there like, I'm fucked, my
Yeah.
frames are dying!
I had to up the difficulty level.
Bro, I have a shit memory, I have a memory like a goldfish. I remember like something one minute, and then the next, I've completely forgotten it.
You got him 100%
I was
every
panicking.
time, so I had to blame K on miscalculation. Because you did get him at 100%, so good job. Clap, 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 clap.
Yeah,
clap.
I was so
Yeah.
panicked by it, dude.
It was fun. It was a
God.
different
'Cause
a different way to approach
yeah,
it. Yeah.
I I loved that. That was fantastic how it was done. I loved that genuinely. Just seeing how those guys were fighting whilst we were dealing with the threads and all that.
Yeah.
And just the students sat inside the bubble with us as well.
Yeah, it was cute.
So,
Yeah, it was a fun little experience.
just all of that was
Very
great.
comfy, very comfy, and yeah, it was panicky enough, but not enough to kill you.
Yeah, panicky enough, not enough to freak me out to the point of like I can't do this.
Freeze. Yeah.
I did ask for Hannah to help out just in case because I knew my frames were gonna be dying because I don't know why it's every time I turned towards like the back end of that cave, my frames just died completely. I have no idea.
Maybe there's
why.
some bad
So,
calling
I'm
over
struggling.
there. I'll check that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Maybe.
thinking that this morning.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I also
someone
my controllers have been breaking on me as well.
that way other than the buildings. Sorry.
No, this is more for our.
Yeah, my controller's been breaking as well, so I can't turn as well. So like I'll stop every once in a while because I have to like smack it and all that.
Dude,
so,
I was laughing so hard with Misty and Ryder at the end. Oh my god, dude, they were hilarious.
I'm so sad I missed it.
They were just having a casual conversation.
It was with the monster, and it was just like it was crazy. It was great. I loved it. So you gotta talk to it, Misty. I'm not good at conversating, Ryder.
I'm very social.
I'm not social.
You're not wrong. That sounds. I wish I could have saw it, but we were doing stuff for her birthday outside. So,
Cute.
I don't know if you got this. I don't know if you got to see it. So I did this, right?
Oh yeah.
Little toy cabin. Then we got permission to jukebox enlarged at the beach and catch it. She was allowed to commit arson.
Yep, you just let them be in their element.
I could just straight up make it. I could
Yep.
just make it bigger, and then boom, there's a house.
Yep.
And everything, and then it just burns.
Burn, baby, burn.
It looks so cool with her being in it.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say you better post those photos in the Discord because like seeing those photos. Would be
I'll
great,
post the
seeing just
pictures. I'll
in
post
her
the
in a house.
pictures. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
A piece of herself.
That was really fun though today, like genuinely.
Well, I had a
It's
good
such a
time.
shame seeing G.M.A. in, but oh my god, that was so fun.
Yeah, it was a good time. Well, I'm gonna go get some sleep because I'm fucking tired. Wait, is it time yet?
Dude.
Hold on. Oh, it's past.
Get some sleep, dude. Seriously.
Who's? I need to hit the button. Question
What
mark?
the arc be called? I know that there was a darkness arc.
I should probably hit the
It'd be
button.
The Dark Phoenix arc, and then you would be
Is it button time or am I doing my math wrong?
It's button time.
It's
Says
button
on the
time?
schedule.
Okay. My.
Yeah.
Wait, is it going? Wait, I hear it. It is going.
It is, yeah.
I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, here.
I didn't even push the button.
It's here. It's doing
An
it
invisible
now.
man must have did it. Oh, comp's right there. Oh, what's up, dude?
Oh, so.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
I was like, oh, I can't click the button anymore. I don't know. I'm like.
Well, you can.
see my
It's
fucking-
just weird.
Yeah, I don't see my clickers sometimes though. That's
Yeah,
just
it cuts off right there. Actually, you have to click on the
Can you cheat with the menu?
Yeah, you'd have to cheese on the menu. So you can hit, but you can't hit RP or the thing.
I'm just going to the floor.
And
I am, man.
I don't know how I did this. I fucked up the thing.
I was like, oh shit, it's 3.
All right, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Good night.
No.
What a long day. What even happened today? Guys, I'm very confused. I feel like I talked a lot. Like, a lot. Like, my throat is, like, feeling it a little bit. Well, fucking Nick is shining some shoes right now. Taken to the stars with silver. I know these last, Nick was the real Jim. Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed Nick. I'm so tired. Nick in the operation and K-Talks, yep. I mean, still, I hope you guys enjoyed the episode. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna go drink some water and relax. I
think. Alright. We'll see you guys around, alright? Take care. Night. And don't let darkness bite. Yeah.